My cat is being very cuddly right now. Very, very cuddly. Hey, thank you for the sub, Seru. Appreciate it. What am I trying to do here? Trying to jump over. Oh my god, Nathan. I can't. Go. Oh, thank you for the sub as well, Archer Carter. Appreciate it. Oh my god. Oh, Nathan. Bro. Hype train started. I've never heard that sound before. That's bizarre. Okay. Hang on. Oh, God. Look, dude, he is... Dude, look at this. Look at this. Oh my god. Hi. Hi there, Nathan. Hi, buddy. Thank you, Archer Carter. Yeah, I was actually curious if anybody had any, like, feedback or anything in terms of, like, the Tokon and the Avatar commentary, because obviously those are brand new games, and, you know, we're all trying to learn it, and everybody's trying to get their spot as a commentator for those games. And, you know, if you guys enjoyed that, if you guys found my commentary fairly educational, etc., etc. Long Beach Joe, dang, that's not Long Island Joe, that's Long Beach Joe. That's the Joe that we've been trying to create LA Joe forever now, try to get him out there. So, oh. Hi, Nathan. Hi, you little bugger bear. Hi. Oh, look at you. Look at you. Oof. Why are you so cuddly right now? Why are you so cuddly? Dude, he has been so happy I'm home. He's so happy I'm home right now. Oh. He has been just trying to get all the hugs. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Whoa. Oh my god, there's so much cat hair flying around because it is warm in here. You need to get brushed, Nathan. You need to get brushed here is what you need. Because there is cat hair. Oh, now you're lying down on the keyboard. But he's lying down on my subterfuge keyboard here, my distraction keyboard, which is a shame because it's a really good keyboard. It's a very, very nice Victrix keyboard that Victrix was kind enough to donate to me. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the numpad. It's a gaming keyboard, so it doesn't have the numpad. So I got to stick to this one for now, but were I an actual Victrix gamer, I'm in like a PC gamer and used a keyboard for games that I played, that would actually be an excellent keyboard. So, oh man, oh yeah, oh dang, you were doing all the Bomani game stuff. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, dude, it's hard to run into everybody at events, and normally CEO is really good about that because of the way, you know, we talk about it all the time, the way that the venue is structured, that when you go back to your hotel room, you cross through the restaurant row and everybody's there and you run into everybody. But unfortunately this year, you know, when it comes to them trying to book rooms and get rooms for the staff, such as myself, because I'm just I was commentary, right? They ran out of rooms, and they had to put me into a different hotel. So I actually wasn't in the hotel, and I never really had any reasons to cross through Restaurant Row. So as a result, I missed a lot of people, which made me really sad, actually, because I definitely wanted to say hello to as many people as I could, and I just never had a chance to to wander that path and run into everybody, you know. Oops, that's the wrong way. Oh, man. Yeah. Go for it. Oh, what's the question, Archer Carter? I was in Jabaliland quite a bit, Simmer Snowstorm. I was in the, I was doing did a little bit of Scramble Heart City commentary as a favor to the guy who makes the game, Paul. And just wanted to help out there as much as I can, because the game is really sick. It's a really cool tag fighter because it's also like a little bit more of a slower paced tag fighter. I know Keats kept saying that it wasn't, but there's a lot the way that the game is designed, and if you see it, like, I can tell it's a little bit slower paced because visually I can see what's going on. Whereas in a lot of tag fighters, I can't see a dang thing. I cannot see a dang thing in most tag fighters. Nathan, you keep faking like you're going to your box and then you come back, and where did you go? Where'd you go, Nathan? Where Nathan's running away. Oh, hi, Nathan. Where are you going? Where are you going? Oh, yeah. I saw a little bit of VSAV Top 8, but the funny thing to me was, like, it didn't seem like a lot of people made it out to VSAV. Like, it didn't feel like there was a lot of the heavy hitters there when I was looking through the brackets. But I may be wrong on that. I just glanced at it, so I didn't look at it for a particularly long time. I was sad that I didn't enter. I wanted to enter it, but I just had a really busy weekend. Not intentionally so, but kind of intentionally so. Oh, you're back. I see. Oh, is that what happened? Okay. Well, then I wouldn't have been able to enter it anyway, so I really wanted to enter it, but, oh, man. I haven't had a chance to play any VSAV in quite some time, sadly enough, but obviously with CEO coming around and me signing up for Tokon and Avatar commentary, I've been doing a lot of work on that, and also labbing Yasmin and trying to figure out what was up with her, because I signed up for Street Fighter 6 commentary as well, though I didn't get any Street Fighter 6 commentary, but I was able to, I still labbed her anyway, just in case I got some Street Fighter 6. Hey, thank you for the subscription, Ed Park. Oh, man. But yeah, unfortunately, since EVO, I haven't really had a chance to practice any VSAV, so I probably would have been a little rusty. I did get a chance to play Bestaban a little bit casually, but I hate Talbane, so, freaking Talbane. Jesus Christ, that character's insane. Oh, my God. Save it for Nationals. Well, the Mackay Cup is in October, and I really would like to go to hang out over there. I'm going to have to go talk to the person who's in charge of it. Gibby, do you know who's in charge of the Mackay Cup? Someone told me, and I forgot the name now all of a sudden. I like Dogs too, Seru X. I like Dogs too, okay? But I wanted to, it's not Ailerus this time, I think. But he'd be a good person to ask. I do want to go there. Unfortunately, I've just been traveling a lot. Like, I've been traveling a lot. It's crazy. But also, I'm not sure I can afford it. I'm not sure I can justify it, because I don't think there's any way that they would actually, fly anybody out for commentary, and I probably wouldn't even be guaranteed to get commentary at the Mackay Cup anyway. So I'd have to figure out a way to get out there and stuff like that. I mean, I hate doing it, but I mean, would you guys be down with like a donation drive or something like that? You know, kind of a thing to try to get me there to so I can hang out and play and all that stuff like that. So, yeah, okay. I'll see what I can do. I'll try to plan for a trip, try to find a place to stay. Mackay Cup 2026 is, let's see here, Vampire Savior. This time it's partnered up with another event here. Oh, God, it's October 3rd through 4th. Jesus, that's so close. Holy crap. It's at SQXL. Shivs. That's what it was. Shivs. Yes, you're right. You're right. So this is in Durham, North Carolina. I don't think I know anybody in North Carolina. I'll probably have to find a good place to try to stay. Nathan is doing the thing again and rubbing against my mouse here, making it hard to do. Okay. Hi, Nathan. I don't think it's going to be an astronomical price jump. I don't think, unless it's just, oh, but you're talking about like for flights, right? Because it's not going to be as it's not going to be as easy to, right, Labor Day weekend, the airplane. Well, to be honest with you, it depends, because like Labor Day is also kind of like that. It's right before school starts again kind of thing. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, it used to not be. Vegas used to be one of the cheapest places, and this is one of the things that's just made me so sad, because Vegas was actually a really good location for Evo in the past, but now it just sucks. So it's annoying. I mean, everybody goes to Orlando, right? Orlando is a super popular vacation spot because it's what do you call it? The thingamajig. It's where all the theme parks are. Oh. Oof. Oh, man, what is going on over here? Blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's see here. What is SQXL? What is this? Regional anime fighting game event. Oh, that's right. It's this one. Okay, this is the one that has all the anime fighting games. That's right. Okay. I'll try to figure out a way to get out there and check that out. Let's see. Because I would like to go. I would like to visit. I'd like to play. I'd like to support. I'd like to commentate if I could, you know. But it's coming up real fast. Holy crap. I can't believe how close it is already. What? Where is the time? Why is the time just disappearing? I swear to God. Oh, man. What is all this crap over here? Okay. Also, I'm trying to do something. What am I trying to do here? What is all? God, I was supposed to start this stream so significantly earlier, but like literally, I took way too long because I just got obsessed with a bunch of stuff. You know, I was like, oh, shoot, I should do this. Oh, dude, it was like the ADHD was kicking in all of a sudden again, where everything that I was trying to do was like, I was like, I should start streaming, but then I sat down at my computer and I remembered like 90 things I wanted to do on the computer. Ugh. Okay, let's see here. Okay, see, I'm doing it again. I just opened Twitter and now I'm getting distracted and stuff. Okay, all right. Close Twitter on the desktop. Do not get distracted. All right, let's discuss this here. Oh man, keep an eye on Melty Blood Tui Lumina as it introduced a lot of SF6 mechanics. I think many of the creators are explaining the mechanics badly to newcomers. I'd heard about that. It sounds like they kind of introduced a rev blow drive impact type of thing, which is really kind of interesting. Did they actually introduce like a drive rush kind of thing? Because I thought Melty Blood always just kind of had homing dashes, right? Like not quite like Dragon Ball, but didn't they just have like air dashes that kind of just homed in on the opponents or something? It's been so long since I played that the newest Melty Blood when it originally came out. Also, I did get a question here. Okay, let's see. In Street Fighter 6, asks Archer Carter, there's an option to turn on and off negative edge input. I was learning the game with it off, but I heard people saying it's better to turn it on as most games have it. I personally find canceling with it off easier, but chaining specials easier with it on. So it's better to keep it on or keep it off or start relearning my timing with it on. I just like it because it makes like doing reversals easier. It makes it so that if you're trying to link supers or wake up with supers, etc., it's a lot easier. I mean, you do know what negative edge is, right? You know exactly what it is, right? Is that you can perform special moves by letting go of a button. Well, that's the advantage of having it, because obviously this doesn't work for normals, but for special moves, you know, when you do a tap and release, that counts as 2 inputs of you trying to do the move, right? So what happens a lot of the times is that, you know, if you're trying to do a wake up, if you double tap the button to do a wake up, press release, all of that counts as inputs. Now, thanks to the input buffer, it might not necessarily you probably don't need it as badly, but one of the main reasons why it has existed in the past is because people tended to hit the button a little too early when trying to do special moves. And that's why character canceling exists, right? So a lot of people would tend to accidentally press the button too early when trying to do a special move. And what is this crap on my control panel here? Sorry, I'm getting ADHD'd again. I'm getting distracted here. But what would happen is that you would press the button at down forward instead of forward for fireball just because of the adrenaline and stuff. And so what they did was they made it so that button release worked, so that if you did press it too early but then got to forward and let go of the button, the special move would come out, even if you pressed it 1 frame early and started an attack, because there's that character cancel window. So your normal would come out for 1 frame and then the special would come out immediately afterwards. I don't know. I haven't ever turned off negative edge. I've played with it for so long. I don't see a disadvantage to it, but I've been used to it my whole entire life. And, we tend to use it to our advantage, which is why I don't like not having it, right? So, in general, I would rather have it on just because there are practical uses to it, and I don't know if there's any real downsides or not. So, button hold it depends. It depends, right? So they have button hold in SNK games, and I do like it, but I also don't like it because it's just weird that, if SNK games, if Fatal Fury City of the Wolves had button holds to link normals as well, I like it better, but they don't have button holds for normal linking, right? So if I want to do a move the very first frame I'm available, there I'm double tapping and mashing, and then for the special move, now I got a hold, right? There's also a couple of little cheats that you can get away with thanks to button hold that doesn't exist in other fighting games, and you know, if you design your game around that, that's fine. So it allows you to do moves earlier and kind of like stretch the window that the move can count in a weird way. So it's there's plus and minuses to everything, right? There's plus and minuses to everything. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people do hate negative edge. I'm not sure what happens, like what when a negative edge gets in your way, what is the error that tends to happen when you have negative edge on? I guess that's my question. So, like, I have no experience with this because I've never had any problem with it. So, like, I've never had to worry about, you know, what the problems are that negative edge happens. So I don't know what the situation is. MK is a little bit trickier because MK doesn't have full motions. In fact, when I played Injustice and Injustice 2, and even when I played MK11, I turned on full motions. Because the fact that things were down forward instead of like quarter circle forward was actually messing me up. Weirdly enough. Specials come out when I don't want them to, usually a DP. But see, the weird thing about that is that if negative, probably because maybe like you tended to hold your buttons longer and so you release them at a certain time and that would trigger a DP when you weren't supposed to, etc., etc. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, Richard. Yeah, because that's happened to me before as well. In some other games, I've learned how to just hold buttons when I didn't want negative edge to cause me any problems. I really just think it's just, I really think it's just one of those things that you just have to figure out what you prefer. Honestly, I don't. In other words, this is just one of those, you know, there's no right or wrong answer kind of situations. This is what you prefer. I've been playing with it for 35 years. So, like, I've developed all these techniques to get around negative edge problems, probably instinctively, that I never thought about. So, for me, it's not a problem. Could be a problem for a lot of other people. I do like... you know, some of the benefits that it gives. Again, I've learned to use some of those benefits, but with the super, super generous input buffer in Street Fighter 6, it's not as practical as it used to be. So I don't know. Like, honestly, Archer Carter, it's just whatever you feel is better. There are a lot of fighting games where you can't turn it off. There are some fighting games, I think, that just have it and you can't turn it on. I'm not sure. But, yeah, this is really just a personal preference type of thing. So if you learned with it off, I would, and it hasn't been causing you any problems, then I say just stick with it that way. There's no reason to change. I don't think that there's a distinct advantage for one over the other in any way. So, explain why. No, VSAV! Your timing is a little... VSAV is tricky. Because VSAV, there's a lot of weird stuff that happens in VSAV that doesn't happen in any other fighting game. So, for example, if you try to do a DP on your wake up and you press the button one frame too early, the game goes, nope, I can't do the DP, and it actually kills your entire input history, right? So I think this happens even when you're in block stun and stuff. Basically, in VSAV, like, you have to be completely on point with your reversal timing, and that's it, with one button press. You have to be perfect on your one button press, because if you're not correct, the button kills the input history, so mashing on a button or pianoing actually doesn't do anything in VSAV. So if you're getting up off the ground and you try to piano a DP and you press it early on purpose because you piano across it, the first time you press one of the buttons, that's it, you failed. That's it, you failed. You're not allowed to piano or double tap or anything in VSAV. You either just do it on that frame or you don't. And that's what makes it really tricky for VSAV. It's really, really rigid, which is why you don't see a lot of people going for, wake up DPs that often. However, there aren't a lot of characters with wake up DPs, right? It's Lilith, Dimitri, and Morrigan pretty much. I don't think anybody else has a real invincible DP like that. But also, it's really hard to time your meaties in that game because the game is really fast and you have no frame kills, whatever like that. It's just like crazy, crazy, crazy. Guard cancel, all you have to do is just make sure that you press the button while you're in your block stun. You have a larger time with the heavier block stun than the other ones. So it's really just the fact that it's so fast, because the game is so fast, so the block stuns are fast, but you just have to make sure you hit the button like while you're in block stun to when you finish your special move. There is a little bit of window though. I think even on the heavy ones, you can't do it throughout the whole block stun. You know what? Let me check the Mizumi wiki. It should be able to tell me exactly how many frames it is, but it's not as small as 1/16 of a frame. I mean, there's no such thing as 1/16 of a frame because that's just, the game only reads in frames, so there's no way it can read any faster than that. Let's take a look here. This is the esoterics. Guard cancel. Where is this? Why can't I find it? Defense rating, proximity blocking, common blockables, defense rating, reversals. I guess it's not on this page. What? I didn't click that. Alright, let's go back over here. Let's do... let's see... controls, is that where this is? Guard cancel, here we go. Okay, guard cancel. Let's see, Anachorus doesn't have normal DP vocabulary. Whoa, they actually don't say it here. They actually don't say it in the Mizumi wiki what the window is, but I'm pretty sure... Oh, this actually says press punch or kick during block stop, which would actually explain why it's actually so difficult to do. So you actually, it's not even your block stun, but it's just that block stop period. And light attacks cause significantly less block stop than heavy buttons do. So that's why it's so hard to guard reversal single light attacks, but you can guard reversal a single heavy attack. So yeah, so it just sounds like it's just however long the block stop lasts, that's where you get to actually guard cancel. So that's basically it. So yeah, release check. Yeah, basically, negative edge is not a technical term by any. It's an FGC created term. It's a stupid name, just like media attacks and fuzzy guard and all this other weird terminologies that just don't make any sense. But whatever. Release check actually makes a lot more sense than negative edge, honestly. Yeah, I did see that, JNV. I actually retweeted it myself. So, seems like, you know, Harada definitely is trying to recruit a lot of his friends. But yeah, that's why you are having trouble getting things out, Carter, in VSAV, is because VSAV is a weird game and they hate everybody. Let me see here. Let me click down here. So, let me see. Yeah, it says here in the Mizumi wiki, if the command is completed before the reversal timing occurs, the entire input will be disregarded. And I do think that this is just true in general for the game, which is why it's like hard to link specials sometimes and weird stuff. I'm gonna have to double check it. But it says, therefore, pianoing reversals is not possible, and the first button press must be accurate. Frame perfect / just frame. Another result of this is that you cannot get 2 attempts at a reversal using negative edge. In particular, if you complete the motion with a button press before the reversal frame, then release the button on the perfect frame, you still do not get a reversal. However, getting a reversal with negative edge is still possible. You need to press or hold the button before you complete the motion, finish the motion, and release on the right frame. You cannot piano release the negative edge input either. In short, there is no known trick to get multiple attempts at the same reversal special. If you complete a valid input for the special before the reversal frame too early, you are locked out of that special reversal. Best you can do is attempt a negative edge reversal while blocking, so there is no penalty for missing the reversal. This is commonly done with any frame 1 invul command throw that does not have a whiff animation or an input overlap. For example, Buletta wake up 6-3-2-4 release punch will give an invincible reversal command throw if in range, or block high if not in range. She has to be careful to use the 6-3-2-4 input to avoid the overlap with her 2-1-4 input. So yeah, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird, and it's very tricky. Negative edge is actually an electrical engineering term where a signal triggers when the signal goes from high voltage to low voltage. So it's actually an electronic term that describes it. That's interesting. Okay. Interesting. No, as you can see, we haven't gotten to the topic yet, dude McGuy. We're just kind of messing around here right now. Although I don't know if Long Beach Joe is still in the chat or not. He asked another question as well. Let me see if I can do something. Why are you doing this, Notepad? Why do you hate me like this so much? Here we go. He asks, what are your thoughts on the current state of the FGC, and why didn't you get any Street Fighter 6 commentary? What the hell? Why wouldn't they put you on commentary? It's funny because I kind of did want to talk about this at one point in time. You know what I should do? I should just do this. This is what I should do here. Pre-show. This is what I should do. Yarr! Hanging out before the main topic and chatting with viewers. Ask me anything. There you go. Let's do that. Okay. By the way, I played ranked for the first time last weekend. I got to silver 3-1, sitting with a pretty decent win streak. The lessons paid off. Which game, Archer Carter? I also hate the negative edge term, a little less than option select. in the last one's case was a poor translation made by SRK trying to import the concept from VF2 to SF3. I remember hearing something about that. What's up, Steve Bravo? What's going on? Oh, cool. Okay, wait, that was literally the first time you've ever played Rank Archer, Carter? That's actually really cool to hear, honestly. Good stuff, dude. Yeah, they give a lot of win streak bonuses early on, because they're trying to remove the smurfing. There's been a lot of smurfing in the in those situations. So, basically, if you win like 10 games in a row, like if you start at like Diamond 1, like Diamond 5, and I think if you get like a 10-game win streak, you just jump to Master right away. What the hell is going on, Cigar Bob? What's going on? That sounds scary. Is everything okay? Green Eggs and Rum Ham says, it was great seeing you on commentary for the other games at least. It seemed like they had you running around all over the place. Yeah, actually, I'll talk about that in a little bit. But I had significantly more blocks than I was supposed to during the course of the weekend as I was filling in for missing commentators, which was cool because then I got to do an extra Tocom block and I got to do an extra Avatar block. So I'm I'm really happy about that. Let's see. I'm not sure. I actually don't know anything about if Negative Edge actually worked on... Oh, wait, it does work on Street Fighter 1 because it's actually the easiest way to do the special moves in that game for some reason. Negative Edge is really weirdly easier because of that. So, in ST, what is the technique that you personally use to do things like N-Ken crouch light kick ×2 into DP? In SF1, aren't all specials done with release? I mean, if that's the case, that might actually indicate why it's that much easier. The technique that you use in ST for crouching short ×2 into super is the render Kara cancel, right? I mean, again, what the fuck does that mean? But yeah, it's crouch short, chained into stand light kick, Kara canceled into super. That's what that is, right? It's the render Kara cancel that you use to do that. You're actually doing 2 crouching shorts, chain into standing light kick, and you Kara cancel the first frame of standing light kick into super. That's how that works. That's why the timing on it is different, right? You can't do the same timing as like crouch short DP as you would normally do. You have to do short, delay, short into plink into punch. And that's how the super comes out because you have to wait till the timing that the button can actually register as a chain. Okay, so do you know you can do crouch light kick ×2, DP light punch plus light kick on the same frame? I didn't know you could do it necessarily on the same frame. But most of the time when people actually try to do that DP, you do have to do the forward quarter circle forward. You can't end the DP on down forward or it won't come out. Pressing them on the same frame, I mean, I guess it would make sense because if the game is processing things, it might go process, okay, what was your input? It reminds me of the jump cancel flash kick special move glitch that they did in Street Fighter 6 that got patched out. Right, you need to go from crouch to stand. Since 2012, ranked was more brutal in Street Fighter 4. Well, the ranked is hard in all of them, but the thing about it is the win streak bonuses was something that they've added later on. That's why. So just after years and years of realizing what's just better for it in general. Hello, Paulo Webb. Popo, we haven't got quite to the FGC's biggest problem yet. Am I back to being a soft dev on the side? I've been following Tuesday shows at the beginning, and back in the day you were a commentator on the side. No, I have not. I've talked to people about trying to become a programmer again, and it just sounds like I don't really like it because there's a lot of AI coding and all this other stuff, and like basically the only way I can get a coding job right now is if I study Claude and Gemini and ChatGPT and everything to know the differences between which ones are better at coding what and all this other stuff. And I just looked at it and I'm like, I just don't want to do this at all. I just don't want to do that at all. So hang on a second. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do at this point. I'm not sure what I need. I'm not sure what it is that I want to do anymore. So, you know, it kind of sucks right now. I found the light punch plus light kick thing back in 2004 after the Matsun ST vids hit here, and he was eating people with that combo. Once Hyper Street Fighter 2 came out with a good training mode, I spent days trying to figure it out. That's really interesting. Yeah, I've always just kind of plinked it. It would make sense that you didn't necessarily have to plink it. I think there's just a little bit of, you know, safety on it. But I don't think... I would imagine it wouldn't necessarily need to happen. It just depends on how the processing order takes place. If you can't press them on the same frame, I think basically what that means then that the game is like processing things like, did he do a normal? He did. Start the standing light kick. He's in the middle of a normal. Did he do a special move? Oh, he is in the middle of a special move. I mean, no, did he do a special move? Oh, he did do a special move. It's a super. So, can I do the super right now? Oh, he's in the Kara frameable parts of his normal. Go ahead and do it. So, you know, I maybe that's how it works. I mean, literally, it's not hard to try. I mean, like, I can just try it, like, literally right now in, like, 2 minutes because it's so easy to start all these things. Hey, thank you for the follow, Background Store 444. If you aren't a bot, that is. Background Store 444 does not garner much hope in... Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Yeah, forgot. I mean, all of those are the same. All of those are the same with Giles as well. So, what's up, KC Fusion? I hope things get better for you. It's hard out there right now. I've been struggling this year to try and get new work. Yeah, it's tough, but whatever. It's life is life right now. We're all trying our best right now, so I wanted to get in the field as well, but the AI bubble is killing the vibe. Yeah, you would need to know data structures and algorithms and stuff like that. Yeah, for sure, Background Store. But I do know those things, right? Like those are things that I have worked with. Now, my knowledge of data structures is probably pretty rusty right now. Where is the... Oh, training options. There we go. Let's just to infinite. There's no reason not to. All right. Oh, no worries, Ahsoka. We haven't quite got to the actual thing yet. So, let's see here. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to do this, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it seems to work. It definitely seems to work. I just did it right there. Yeah, that definitely seems the logic there, but like I can do it either way, right? So I feel like it's kind of the same. But I can see that it feels a little easier by just doing it on the same frame, honestly. That's weird that everybody has done it that way, because that's the way that I was taught to do it. But it explains why now that I have a difficult time not getting it out, right? Like, I never hit the buttons too early But also I tried to dash. I was like, why isn't Ken not dashing? But I mean, I'm still one of the only people that I have ever seen do this combo too. I remember doing that in a tournament one time, and people were like, "What the hell?" And I killed somebody with that, and people were like, "Whoa," because you don't see that very often. You don't see that very often. God, how do I reset the state on this thing? God, they need to come out with a 40th anniversary edition. They need to come out with a 40th anniversary edition so we actually have a better training mode. What does one have to do to become considered a real ST player? Bucktooth, I would say being able to block Chun-Li's stupid neck breaker move. I think that's one of the big ones. Because I think I did that and it stunned them or something like that. Yeah. Bucktooth knows why I said that. He knows why I said that. Why are old Capcom are usually played on the highest turbo setting instead of normal speed? Because normal speed is how the game is programmed. That's what Street Fighter 2 was originally. And then people realized it was too slow and it made the games boring and stuff like that. So when the Korean chips came out and they sped up the game, everyone was like, I like this. So when Capcom USA was tasked with making a Korean chip killer, they made hyper fighting and they sped the game up considerably. And then Japan came out with Super, which they reduced the speed all the way back, and everyone was like, we hate this, this sucks, F this. So Rainbow Edition. Rainbow Edition is the Korean chip. It's the Korean chip. And so basically, oh, and by the way, Archer Carter, because of the lack of reversal timing repeating in Vampire Savior, that means that you can actually have that reversal frame skipped in the frame skipping due to the turbo speeds. So there are periods of time randomly where you literally cannot do a reversal DP at all. Yes, so the Korean chip is what we used, that's what we originally called the Rainbow Edition. Because it was a chip from Korea, right? It just spread through. It was really cheap. Everyone bought it, installed it in their Street Fighter 2 machines because then it was a way to kind of boost interest again. And then eventually they came out with Hyper Fighting. They sped it up. Super slowed it down. Everyone hated it. So Super Turbo went back up to the normal speed. A lot of games were like that already. Like the original Darkstalkers is significantly slower than Vampire Savior, and so they ended up turboing up a lot of other games, and as a result, we play on turbo speeds, which is actually unnatural. However, the way that Capcom sped it up was done in such a way that they had to skip a frame, right? Just to make sure it played at that speed, right? So instead of running 60 frames per second originally, like a move lasted 12 frames, well, to speed it up, you would have to cut out some frames and everything like that. So they achieved the speed by skipping frames every so often. I don't know how he does it, but I know at one point in time, Mike Z programmed Skullgirls, and he did something to make the game faster, but instead of skipping frames, he calculates everything based on the old time, but sped up, so he never had to skip. I don't know, he did something really weird. He did something really weird. Are you talking about Hokuto no Ken or Rainbow Edition? Rainbow Edition is far more Kusoge. Let's see. Yeah, that's right. The SNES had the crazy 10-star speeds. The best part is that Mighty Mar, the Anakaris Vampire Savior player, would actually play fighting games at 10-star speed to get him better to react to things quicker so that everything that he played slower would feel more reactable and slower. It's really funny. Could you use a training mode in CFC1's Hyper SF2 CPS2 port? Could you? I don't remember now. Let me see. No, CFC1. Oh, in CFC1? I mean, you could, but I don't trust that version, basically, because Hyper Street Fighter 2 was really weird and had a lot of interesting decisions that it had to make. All right, but going back to the question, I don't know if is he still here? Who was the one who asked that question again? Crap, I forgot the question. It was so remember Archer Carter highlighted a question, and then it was Long Beach Joe. I don't know if Long Beach Joe is still in the chat or not, but he did ask, what are your thoughts on the current state of the FGC and why didn't you get any Street Fighter 6 commentary? What the hell? Why wouldn't they put you on commentary? Like I said, I did kind of want to talk about that at one point in time. But basically, honestly, I don't think anybody has anything out for me. I don't think that there's any sort of conspiracy out there trying to hold me down or anything like that. Sorry, Cigar Bob. I mean, it's definitely cool. I mean, it gives me a lot more confident about my plink timing, that I don't have to worry about doing it too fast. But what I find is happening now, probably for me, is that I'm really useful for doing like retro games. And, I signed up for Avatar and Tokon, and they're like, oh, cool, we can get James on Avatar and Tokon as well, and he can do retro. Cool, let's stick him on all these things, because there's a lot of people who kind of only do Street Fighter 6, right? So, a lot of the commentators that do Street Fighter 6, like, I don't expect Logan to commentate anything else. Justin doesn't get very many Street Fighter 6 blocks. He had one Street Fighter 6 block at CEO, one Street Fighter 6 block at EVO as well, and, he wanted more than that. But he's also useful at commentating a lot of different games. And so what's happening is a lot of people who can commentate a lot of different games are like, oh, we need to spread the love to all these commentators here. These guys can do a bunch of games, so let's put them on the other games. And here's all these people that only do Street Fighter 6, so we can put them on Street Fighter 6. Right? And so, like, we end up not doing Street Fighter 6. I don't like it. I think it sucks, because literally we're being punished for having skill and knowledge and use for being able to do lots of games. Like, I feel like we're actually punished for that now, right? I totally get why it happens. Like I said, I don't think anyone's has any vicious intent or any sort of like malice intent, right? Malicious intent, but it's just how it happens, right? Because, you look at the people who did commentate Street Fighter 6. I mean, there's a few. Obviously, Ringe can do a bunch of stuff, but he gets a lot of the blocks. Vicious can do a lot of stuff, and he gets a lot of the blocks. But I think at this point in time, they're, like, known as Street Fighter 6 commentators. And that's the tricky part, right? Because nowadays, I'm not known as a Street Fighter 6 commentator because I'm useful at other majors doing all sorts of other games. And so I never get to do Street Fighter 6. And as a result, people don't think of you now when they try to pick the people doing Street Fighter 6. So it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Is there a pay discrepancy for not doing Street Fighter 6? Not that I know of. One's Own Grief. But I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think there is. There might be a little discrepancy if you do a top 8 or not a top 8, but I'm not sure about that either. So it's tricky, right? It's a tricky situation. Commentary's in this really weird position where I feel like you're actually like punished for knowing multiple games. Like I said, it's not just me. Justin has talked about this with me, and I'm pretty sure he talked a little publicly about this as well. You know, it's a very, very odd situation. But as a result, like other companies like EWC and stuff like that, they don't see me on commentary for Street Fighter 6 all that much anymore. So they don't think I'm a Street Fighter 6 commentator, right? And that's only because I know how to do everything else. Because every time I do Frosty or Combo Breaker or CEO, I'm on retro games all over the place, right? Because they have commentators that can do retro games. I mean, they even put me on Third Strike, and I never sign up for Third Strike, but they always put me on Third Strike. Fortunately, I think some people saw that conversation on Twitter, and they didn't put me on Third Strike at CEO this year. But, you know, they just dumped me on all the retro games. And, you know, a lot of people are like, you know, that's good that you know multiple, because other people then just wouldn't get hired at all because they don't know multiple games. But, like, it's a weird situation with commentary. And I mean, honestly, like, I don't want to say that there's too many commentators, because we need them. We need that many commentators because there's so many goddamn streams now. But as a result, like, it's like you don't get very good distribution, and it's easy to get kind of phased out. But like I said, it's unintentionally phased out, honestly. So, yeah, it's just water. It's just water. I mean, if you look at it, it's just spring water, Christian. The reason why I drink out of a gallon directly like this is ADHD. This is a pure solution for ADHD. Because I have problems when I was drinking things in water bottles and stuff like that. Because every time I'd finish drinking it, the whole idea that I had to go and grab another water bottle or fill like a water bottle, and even if the water bottle was like directly behind me, was like ADHD enough that I would just stop drinking water. Like, I'm just like, it's just too much work. But having the gallon here like this means that every time I want to drink a water, I just grab this and go like this and put it down. And the number of times I need to replenish my supply is very low, right? It's a lot less often. And so I actually end up hydrating better when I'm sitting here at my computer. I have another jug beside my bed. I have another jug where I eat and watch TV. You know, like, I just put water jugs everywhere like this because it makes me drink water more. So that's just what it is, Christian. That's all it is. So, yeah, I know, but a lot of people don't know that. And also, my style of commentary isn't as popular these days, right? Because I'm always about, you know, like, not worried about the details, and I'm not, you know, necessarily worried about, oh, this is the particular setup, mix-up that leads to, you know, it hasn't been my focus. Though, if you actually go back and listen to my most recent few World Warrior streams that I'm doing on Capcom Fighters, you can hear that I've turned my commentary style very much more technical now. Now I spend most of the time just sitting there being like, oh, I think he did this because of this. You know, this move is like this. This is the setup that leads to this. We have this. Like, I've been trying to get more technical because that's the kind of commentary that I think people enjoy right now. And so it's really kind of weird. Nintendo Galaxy, do you get residuals from your SF6 commentary DLC? No. I got a one-time fee on that, and because I never record any new lines, that's all I ever got, right? I don't really have to record anything anymore, so they don't pay me for any more lines. However, they did pay me more than what a typical voice actor would get for that role. So they actually were very generous in how much they paid me for doing that job. And I was very, very grateful for that, because voice acting is a extremely low paying job right now. It is a ridiculously low paying job. Sayonara's, like, I've always said, like, I want to get to master with every character. It's just that every time I think about doing that, I just never have the time and I never try. But whenever I do try to get a character to master, it takes me like a day and a half to get a character to master. It probably should be faster, to be honest with you. But what is it? I have Cammy, I have Zangief, I have Kimberly, I have Manon, I have Elena. I know I have like another 2 characters. I think I have Aki. I think I have Aki there right now. I'd have to go double check. But in general, I just haven't sat down to try it too often. So, do you ever do casuals of old games when you're at events? Yeah, I mean, if I can go to Jabaliland or something like that, I will try to play some matches. I play Vampire Savior with the Bestaban at CEO, but only for just like 5 or 6 games or something like that. So I don't enjoy a very technical commentary. I think your work is very balanced and resonates to more people. I agree. I actually agree with that 100%. And I think people who are in charge are not taking that into account. However, when it was mostly me and David, I got to kind of dictate what commentary was, what people expected from commentary, because I was on the, you know, we were like the prime time commentators, right? But these days, I don't have that power anymore. You have to do what the job asks you for, right? And the problem with that is that if you look at the feedback from most people, I get a lot of negative comments, right? A lot of people speak very negatively about my commentary. A lot of people just like hate me, like just out and out hate me. And, you know, I've been told before that, you know, when asking the community who they'd like to see comment Street Fighter 6, that my name doesn't come up that often. It's just funny because the people that you're asking are going to be at the events. So why are you asking them who they want for commentary? The problem is the people who like my commentary are never the people that are being asked that question, right? Because I'm commentating for the people specifically who aren't just head deep in the FGC all the time, right? So let's say Capcom Fighters put out a poll on Twitter. Who are your favorite, like, just name below your favorite Street Fighter 6 commentators. I will get very few people supporting me because all the people that would support me aren't on FGC Twitter, which is correct because stay away from Twitter, you know, kind of thing, right? So, well, haters come with the territory, absolutely, but you don't see it as much for other people. It's weird. My commentary style is kind of in a way that, like, a lot of people really like it, but then, like, if you don't like it, like, you're compelled to speak out about it. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. But people are very compelled to speak out about my commentary in negative ways a lot of the times. Also, I do feel like there's a little bit of meme inertia on that too, because if one or two people like to speak out negatively about it and do so like in a stream chat, then other people think that I'm a bad commentator who might be kind of like not as well versed with commentary, and then they just kind of assume that I'm a bad commentator, right? And it's weird because I'll listen back to my own commentary and I'm like, dude, this is really good. You know? So it's just really weird. Do I do casuals of Third Strike? No. I did at EVO one year, and the guy who I was playing came around to say good games and didn't know it was me, and he was like, what? I didn't even know you played Third Strike. And I was like, yeah, I really don't, but, you know, I still know what I'm doing, at least to a little bit. But I don't play much Third Strike casuals because I'm not very good at the game. I'm just not very good at that game, so... But yeah, I mean, but even if you look at the stream chats, right? I mean, there are people talking shit about every commentator all the time, but like, I'll look back on like a YouTube video of like one of the things that I've done for Capcom Fighters, and like invariably there's like one or two comments out there of people saying really negative things about me, you know? And everybody keeps promoting this idea that I'm only commentating because I have legend status, right? Or I have seniority, so people are just being nice to me by putting me on commentary. But like I said, I'm not commentating for them a lot of the times. And even if I change my commentary style, they're not going to hear it because they just want to hate at that point in time. So, what are your thoughts on reset to neutral on throw tech? I mean, games have all been doing that for a very long time, so I don't see anything wrong with it, to be honest with you. It just depends on what you want out of your game, right? How strong do you want your throw to be? You know, I like the idea that games like Under Night in Birth or Granblue have two different tech windows, that a quicker tech window results into, you know, reset to neutral, while a later tech causes you to lose a tiny bit of damage and you're still minus, kind of thing. Actually, Under Night's not like that at all, because the person who techs in Under Night has plus frames. So the person who techs is actually rewarded for the tech, which in Under Night terms is actually makes sense. Like, you would be like, what? That's ridiculous. But it actually makes sense in Under Night because so many things are so oppressive. And there's like assaults that can blow you up for trying to tech and all this stuff, that you should be rewarded for successfully teching a throw so that you can get the hell out of there. Honestly, like, I almost feel like they should do that in Street Fighter, but the problem is that the person who actually techs the throw is not necessarily always the person who's like defending, right? So it just doesn't work that way. So... Dude, I've even been trying to say bro in my commentary a little bit more. Actually, I say brother all the time now. I'm like, brother, what the hell is that? I don't know where that came from, but it just like entered my vernacular for a little bit. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people out there who really dislike my commentary. And the hardest part about that, too, is that, you know, combined with that and the fact that I get put on everything else all the time, you know, you end up in a situation where you're not on commentary for the game anymore. And so you just basically get kind of, like, removed out of the pool of Street Fighter 6 commentary. Right? They don't look for you anymore. They see certain people and they kind of favor certain people, and they, I mean, again, a lot of these people who are running these tournaments probably see me as a good commentator, which is why they throw me on retro games. I did ST top 8 and I did CVS2 top 8, right? So I did top 8 on both of those games because they're like, oh shit, James Chen can do top 8 for these, and top 8 needs good commentary, so we can put James Chen on those things. And again, like in a weird irony, it ends up punishing you for having having the ability to commentate multiple games. It's really weird. I would have liked to commentate Under Night, but I just haven't kept up with the game. But I am definitely working on the Avatar and the Marvel Tokon side of things. I hope to be able to get more commentary with that. Punish in what way? Not financially. It's, oh, he can do these things, so we can put all these other guys on Street Fighter 6. So now all the commentators have 5 blocks, right? Oh, like, we only have enough room. All the commentators get about 5 blocks. Here's your 5, here's your 5, here's your 5. Well, there's a lot of people out there who only do Street Fighter 6. And a lot of people want to do Street Fighter 6. So Street Fighter 6 ends up being very crowded. Everybody wants to do it. And then they're like, well, Justin Wong can do a bunch of different games. So let's stick him on all these other games, and he gets 1 Street Fighter 6 block. James Chen can do all these other games. He gets no Street Fighter 6 blocks, right? And so in the end, we all get 5 blocks, but because I can commentate multiple games, and especially retro games, because there's not a lot of, like, they fly me out, I can take care of Vampire Savior, CVS2, Super Turbo, Alpha 2, Alpha 3, right? You fly me out and I can do like all these retro games. So it's like, okay, this is convenient. We only need to fly out one person and he can handle all these games. Let's stick him on all these games. But then I get my 5 blocks taken up by those, and then they won't put me on Street Fighter 6. That's just kind of how it works, honestly. How do you advise I deal with Urien not being in Street Fighter 6? Look, the best way to put it, honestly, Rick, is if you have to have Urien in a game to play the game, don't play Street Fighter 6 then. Go play another game that has Urien. But what you have to realize is that Street Fighter 6 right now has about 31 characters in the game, I think. 31 or 32 characters in the game. In the entire I don't remember what the hell, how to pronounce that word. You know, the oeuvre, is that how you're supposed to pronounce that word? Oeuvre, I never remember how to pronounce that name. But yeah, that word, in the entire history of Street Fighter, there are probably like 100 characters that have shown up in Street Fighter throughout the history of Street Fighter. You know, so you are in the same position as like 70% of the fan base out there or something. You know what I mean? Basically, there are 70 characters that are not in the game that a lot of the fans are like, why is my character not in the game? Right? So it's one of those things that there's no way they can get every character into the game, right? So if they don't have a character in the game that's your favorite character, you know, you either just accept that and try to learn somebody else and hope you have fun with them, or you don't play the game and go play a game that does have your favorite character, which is completely valid. No, you don't have to play Street Fighter 6, right? There's no obligation to play this game. Now, obviously, it has the most player base. You find matches the fastest, and, you know, no matter what everyone says, Street Fighter 6 is still like the best fighting game on the market in terms of a video game product. It has like the most flawless netcode. It's got a lot of cool stuff in there. It's got a lot of extra features and stuff. And, you know, in general, it's just a really, really well-made video game. So I understand that you want to play this one in particular, but then you have to balance out your judgment, right? Like, I want to play this because everyone's playing it and this is where everyone is. And I don't hate the game. I like the game, but I just don't have my character. Then you try to find another character, right? Because again, fans of the 70% of the characters who are not in Street Fighter 6 are all doing the same thing, unfortunately, right? There's nothing you could do about that. The majority of the characters are not going to be in Street Fighter 6. The majority of the people out there who have the characters who have big fan bases, the majority of them are not going to be able to make it in the game. So that's just part of the life of playing a series like Street Fighter 6. You could be a little luckier unless you were a fan of Takahashi, where Virtua Fighter has had the same characters and all they've done is ever add characters, but they've never deleted a character except for Takahashi for, I think, 1 or 2 games or something like that. But that's the rare one, right? Most games are going to be doing this to you. Part of fighting game life is either accepting that your favorite series will abandon your main character maybe for a series or 2, and you just play somebody else, or you just stick with the game that you enjoy. Street Fighter 4 at CEO had like 120 entrants or something like that. It's like the biggest Street Fighter 4 side tournament in like many years. There was a Street Fighter 5 side tournament. Like, the old games still have their fans and people are still playing them. So I think that's really important. So if you really like the old games, I would just play the old games, honestly, especially if you really like that character, right? So that's what I would say. Unfortunately, like, how do you advise I deal with X not being in Street Fighter 6? This is a question that a lot of Street Fighter fans have to answer. And you either just say, you know what, I'm just going to play somebody else, let's go. Or you just go and keep playing the games that X is in, right? It's basically how you kind of want to think about. So, what makes SF6 blocks more attractive if it's not financial? More viewers? More viewers, and it's like my favorite fighting game right now, right? I really enjoy Street Fighter 6, and I really enjoy commentating it. And Street Fighter 6 is something that's really important for me. And yeah, it definitely gets the most eyes. It has the most opportunities. You know, EWC, you know, EVO, Capcom Cup, you know, all those things. It's always like the last game on, etc., etc. So a lot of it is just, you know, Street Fighter 6 is far more, you get far more ability, you know, opportunities to commentate than a lot of the other fighting games out there, right? No, JNV, like, seriously, as soon as you mentioned that's what Negative Edge was, like, that thought came straight into my mind. Like, that's exactly how I pictured it. Do you feel reaching out more proactively to TOs could open more SF6 casting opportunities? I mean, at CEO, I literally talked to one person. I was like, can I get some more Street Fighter 6 blocks? And I literally got 0 Street Fighter 6 blocks. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens, man. We'll see what happens. Are there fighting games that you want to learn play that you have not got around to yet? I mean, like I said, Tokon and Avatar are super new, so those are games that I am playing and learning right now. I haven't done a lot of verses on them, but I might try to start like streaming casual lobbies for them or something like that. We'll see what we can do with that. But, you know, I need to start playing them more. I couldn't even play them. I just didn't have time. Like between studying Yasmin, studying Avatar, studying Tokan, and making that Avatar spreadsheet and stuff like that, it's like it's hard. I didn't have a chance to play. Oh man. I think what's crazy is that the game is already nearing max character count for a 1v1 game. SF5 ended with 45 characters, SF4 ended with 44 characters. 31 characters already for a 1v5 has so many characters matchups. Crazy how we used to think 4 characters per year isn't enough, but you can listen, it's like, dang. It's still pretty low, actually, Duck. Because if you think about it, so the game came out with 18, right? So the game came out with 18 characters, and so, let's see. So Season 1 brings it to 22, Season 2 brings it to 26, Season 3 brings it to 30, Season 4 will bring it to 34, Season 5 will bring it to 38, Season 6 will bring it to 42, and Season 7 will bring it to 46. So it'll take 7 seasons for it to get to the same number as the last two last two Street Fighters. And they got there in shorter amounts of time, if I'm not mistaken. But also, you can also just play City of the Wolves, where they're coming out with like 12 characters a year. And I look at the City of the Wolves selection menu right now, and I'm just like, holy crap, where did all these characters come from? You know, it's really scary. I enjoy playing Alex a lot. Never played him in 5. I appreciate your sentiment from last week. Oh, what happened? Scrolled away. About adapting to the game versus the player expecting the game to be adapted to them. Yeah, it's a really big thing. And that's kind of where, you know, I was leaning towards a little bit with what I was saying, right? Like I said, you either find another character to play or you go play the game with the character in there. You know, it really is that kind of mentality, you know, just accept that your character's not going to be in there because like 70% of the characters just aren't there, right? And it's like hard, or you know, you if you like the character so much, go and, you know, keep playing that character. And like I said, I don't mean that in a negative way, and I understand that, you know, that sounds messed up because, man, you know, Street Fighter 6 is where everybody's at. I just want to play my character in the most popular game right now. Like I said, the majority of us are not getting our favorite character into that game unless you are a Ryu or Chun-Li or Zangief or whatever fan, right? Like, you have a good chance if your favorite characters are at least one of the original 8 and Cammy and Jury, right? Because, like, and Akuma. Like, I feel like right now, like, the original 8, not even the original 16, right? Not even counting Super. I'm just talking the original 8. And even then, in Street Fighter V, it took a while for characters like Honda to show up and such, right? So that's not even necessarily a guarantee. But, you know, I feel like, you know, every game is going to have Ryu, Ken, Chun-Li, Zangief, Cammy, and Jury at least. So if you're a fan of one of those characters, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. So, but the other thing too, Rick, is sometimes if you branch out to another character, it actually helps a little bit because what ends up happening is you start learning different play styles, and it really just kind of grows your fighting game knowledge and skill, right? Like, one of the most stark ones, like this is one of the most extreme examples, but let's say you've been playing Cammy your whole entire life, and then you play another game and you're like, you know what, I'm going to learn Dhalsim, right? Because Dhalsim looks so cool in this game. And all of a sudden you discover just how hard it is to zone people, and you're like, wait, I felt like Dhalsim could cover every angle. Why does it feel like I can't cover any angle? What is going on? And, you know, you learn different tactics. You learn to appreciate your character in ways that you haven't appreciated. Holy crap, that broke. No wonder it was feeling so weird. This rubber part on my glasses broke off. Whoops. Guess I'm going to have to talk to Zenny in a second. Let's see. Man, when I'm going to be buy the season pass for cheap, only sales are to rebuy the whole game. Yeah, they do that on purpose. I think they do that on purpose, Evil Moose. Except, you know, they will come out with those editions every once in a while, right? Actually, did they do it on PC? Because I know on Nintendo Switch, they came out with that, you know, year 2 edition where you just got all the DLCs and stuff like that. So I think having a better balance and wider player base makes games more attractive too. Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, when I put out that tweet, you know, last week asking, you know, do Japanese players feel as negatively about Street Fighter 6? A lot of the Asian players, you know, from China, from Japan, from Korea and stuff, they were all just saying like, yeah, the game is really balanced. What is everybody mad about? Like, they're actually like legit confused. They're like, why do people want things to be changed? It's really balanced and it's really fun right now. So Street Fighter 6, yeah, having the crazy better balance and wider player base definitely makes it more attractive. Street Fighter 6 is actually not the first fighting game with a frame meter. I have been told Skullgirls had a frame meter of sorts. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know. I probably bust it out because I have Skullgirls on Steam, but I just never, I haven't gone to that training mode in just a long time. The ones that hate on your commentary, fan trolls, your fans need to go and support you more. Trolls are like a virus. Negativity spreads to casual fans and so on. I mean, yeah, it's true, but I'm not going to expect all you guys to be like running out there and trying to defend me on every Capcom Fighters stream and stuff like that. I mean, if you guys want to tweet at Capcom Fighters, or if you ever see tweets of anybody saying anything negative about me, you know, feel free to respond to them and stick up for me. I would appreciate that, honestly. But yeah, positivity does a lot, right? And I do get a lot of positive comments, right? So during the same videos that I see people say negative things about me on YouTube, I also see people saying positive things about me, right? So it's not just one-sided or anything like that, but it's just that weirdly enough, I feel like I get the majority of, you know, negative comments, but also, you know, weirdly enough, I'm starting to feel like commentary is kind of going like more down the, like, I don't want to call it fabricated route, but more along the lines of like, it's time to be like, rah, you know, kind of thing. You know, one of the things that made Ultra David and me unique a long time ago is when we commentated with each other, we just sound like we're having a good time. We're making dumb jokes and saying stupid things, and, you know, we would just laugh, and, you know, we were trying so hard not to be broadcasty. You know what I mean? So, you know, I felt like we kind of crafted that concept out there, but I feel like that's going away a little bit. So Marizas are doing well right now. Actually, there's a couple of Marizas that are doing pretty good. So, yeah, Dalsum is hard to learn. He's a hard character to learn for sure. He takes a lot of work, but that's why he takes longer than everyone else to get stronger. People keep rating him really low, but then you see the top Dalsum players, and I swear to God, when you fight a good Dalsum player, it feels like you can't do a goddamn thing to that character. It's really annoying. God, that character can be super annoying sometimes. James Chen has a posse. Dude, I would love that shit, dude. Yeah, I mean, there is that analyst and commentary kind of thing, but the hard part, like I said, is that I do have very intentionality with my commentary, right? In fact, I was talking to Katana Prime about this, and he kind of agrees with where I am too, right? Where it's about crafting the story more so than having to go into the technical details about stuff, right? And that's kind of how he wants to do commentary as well. and probably why in the past have thought he was like one of the best commentators we've ever had. He just stepped away for a little bit. Life is life, right? So sometimes you just have to step away from things from time to time. But like I said, my style of commentary isn't as appreciate. Nah, sounds wrong. My style of commentary is not as desired as it was before. Right now, what everybody wants. I mean, the mere fact that someone tried calling me out on my "is it gonna kill," right? I literally was like, they're like, "Oh, if you're a commentator for this game, you should know by now whether it's gonna kill or not." And I was like, here's the word again, brother, dude. Like, I definitely know if it's gonna kill or not, but I don't want to ruin the suspense for people, right? And people are like, you should talk about how they got the hit in the super. And I'm like, dude, in Street Fighter 6, he got to land the super because he did crouching medium kick, drive rush cancel. Right? It's just like, you don't want to ruin that excitement from people, right? Because there's a lot of people out there who can't tell if it's going to kill or not. And if they're fans of the player who landed the super, why ruin the excitement for them, right? I'm not going to be like, oh, yeah, he's dead. And the other people will be like, oh, the commentator says he's dead. Okay, cool, we won. I want to let them sit there and be like, oh, my God, please kill, please kill, please kill. KO, oh, my God, it killed. You want people to experience that, or if you have people experience like, please kill, no, it didn't kill, oh my God, right? Like, who wants to rob that from people? But that's the casual viewer, right? I've had people talk to me and say like, we love it when you say the "is it gonna kill" line. Like, we get so hype and excited whenever you do that. But right now, people like technical commentary. They like having people stating facts, whether or not it's useful or not at that particular time, It's weird. It's weird. Oh, yeah, well, poor Punk. Poor Punk. Wait, what tier list for what? Oh, they're ranked pretty low. Dawson was ranked pretty low, yeah. And that's the thing, right? So, like, to me, one of the things that I've learned not recently, but when Dragon Ball first came out, everybody was excited every time Sonic Fox and Goichi played. And every time they played in, like, the first year or two, everyone watched. Like, it was just like, yo, Morpheus is fighting Neo. That's basically what that was. And, nobody knew what the hell was going on in Dragon Ball FighterZ really at the time and stuff, but nobody cared. They just wanted to see Sonic Fox and Goichi go at it some more because they called each other out, right? Like, the storyline and the players are more important than the mechanics of a game. And so, for me, what I try to focus on is giving people the reason to root for a player, right? I like to talk about, oh my God, they're so good, kind of a thing, as opposed to just being like, oh, that was smart because he was -2 in this situation, which means if he pressed this button, but it's, I get it. I get that a lot of people want that. And like I said, for smaller streams, I'll do that now, right? So when I'm doing the Capcom Fighters streams for the World Warriors, these days, I've stopped. I've basically intentionally just been focusing more on gameplay and gameplay decisions and technical things, right? Like, I've been toning down a lot of what I normally do because most of the people watching those streams are sure enough going to be people who know fighting games, right? Was just kept looking at the microphone because I was like, Nathan is going to mute the microphone in just a second, and he definitely did. Well, The internet thing is definitely a big part of it, because these days, right now, the most valuable resource in all of the internet is being right. And social media has kind of crafted. I'm trying to give Nathan a chance to try to unmute me. No talking, only feeding. That's what Nathan is doing right now. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, man. Not yet, Zen 4. I haven't talked about it yet. Jerry is not bottom 3. There's no way. There's no way. Let's see here. Let's see. Some people don't understand that being an entertainer. Yeah, pretty much. But it's a weird situation right now. I didn't know the FGC has as much drama as Smash Bros. Until I saw the Button Check channel. Well, that's also, I feel like I don't even know, like, what the hell drama happened in the FGC? Like, I know that Hungry Box thing happened, but, like, that thing was blown way out of proportion. Honestly, I mean, it is one of the things that, you know, I'm not a fan of Button Check, I'll say that, and this will probably get clipped or whatever like that. But I don't like it because it elevates and promotes a lot of drama, right? It takes things that really aren't, like, can probably be resolved kind of simply and makes a bigger deal out of it, right? And so I know it gets clicks, I know it gets views, I know if I did more, you know, address more drama stuff, like, was Hungry Box wrong? Right? Like, I would probably get more clicks, but I just can't do it because I just don't want to promote that kind of stuff, you know? Let's see here. But yeah, it's really kind of, you know, I wish it didn't go that path. I wish he hadn't gone that path, Ernesto, because I know he was trying to do different avenues of FGC content in the beginning, and, you know, drama sells, and that's where he ended up going down, you know. When he was trying to be like the comedian in the FGC, I thought that was really cool, and I supported him a lot then. But now it's just, you know, now it's just drama, and I'm just not a fan of that, unfortunately. So, and being right isn't the most important thing on social media. It's winning the argument. Essentially, that's what I mean to Halu, right? But it's manifested itself in that way that, you know, the commentators, you know, if they say something wrong, you get lambasted, right? And, you know, I'll make a mistake here and there every once in a while. I can't get him to do it. I actually was talking out loud that time, trying to get him to unmute it, but he won't. It's like he knows or something like that. It's like he knows. I hate drama and chit chat and all that stuff. Yeah, absolutely. I hate it too. So, okay, so it's not always drama. That's good to know, Popo. That's good to know. So, so the problem with arguing is like playing chess with a pigeon. If you're about to win, the bird will knock over the pieces, crap all over the board, and fly back to its flock, claiming victory. Yeah, basically. So, For different genre, EU League of Legends commentary are throwing insults around like a group of online friends. Meanwhile, NA commentary is very, very professional. I prefer watching the EU tourneys because they say really off-the-wall stuff that makes you gasp. I don't know about that, but it just depends. Like, I don't think that there's anything wrong with that, to be honest with you. And that's one of the reasons why I do love the FGC, right? Because we have every single style, right? I'm not saying that everybody should appreciate my commentary. In fact, I'm fine with a lot of people hating my commentary because, you know, there's no commentator out there that's going to appeal to everybody. It's just not going to happen. It's never going to happen, right? And the bigger the FGC gets, the harder that's even going to ever become. There's going to be haters everywhere talking about any commentator, right? And so the beautiful thing about the FGC is that, you know, if you like irreverence, you're going to get those commentators that say very irreverent things. But if you like more, you know, story-based commentators, you have guys like me. But if you really like analytical commentators, a lot of analytical commentators out there as well. If you want humorous commentators, a lot of really funny, genuinely funny guys out there doing commentary, you know. And that's the beautiful thing, is that whatever your taste is in commentary, somebody in the FGC is doing it, and they are getting commentary gigs. So it's really nice that everybody, you know, can have a commentator that they like. My biggest problem is that I feel like my style of commentary, like if you don't like my style of commentary, it's like particularly grating. It's like particularly grating for people who don't like my personality type. So let's see. Oh man. I mean, like I said, all the commentators are good. Majority of the commentators out there are good. I'm not going to say I haven't worked in the past with commentators that I'm just like, what are you doing on this microphone? But that's very rare. That does not happen very often. So, and that's one of the trickiest things too to Halu, because like for a while, Sajam was like it was like almost taboo to say anything negative about him. Then he gotten like there was one even just the dumbest drama in the world, and all of a sudden all these like people who like, oh, I've hated him this whole time, and you're just like, what the hell, dude? Like, what is your guys' problem, dude? Like, seriously, why is everybody like feel like, oh, now I can talk bad about this person, right? Like, you know, it's that whole thing. If you have nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. You know, just understand that a lot of commentators commentate in very different ways, and people will appreciate some over others, and that's just how it works, right? I don't know anything about Martin Tyler. It's the first time I've heard that name. So, some people need opposition to have a position. That's... I'm sure that you got that from somewhere before, Archer Carter, but that's brilliant. I love that, actually. Oh, God, dude. I've talked to Yipes about that before. I was just like, dude, Yipes, like, I can't even imagine people hating on you. And he just looked at me. He was like, brother, he's like, I said the word again, brother. He's like, you have no idea, dude. He's like, you have no idea. And to me, I was like, what? You know, like, I was like, there's no way anybody hates Yipes. Like, he's the most lovable, likable human on the planet, dude. Like, seriously. He's so great. Oh, man. We need a commentary. Dude, I love commentating with Justin and Yipes, honestly. So if it was like me, Justin, and Yipes, dude, I would freaking have a blast, honestly. I would have a blast. So I love commentating with them. but he tends to culture it up too often. Yeah, see, that's what a lot of people, see, there are definitely negative sides to that, right? Yeah, because he definitely, has very focused humor and stuff like that, right? It was kind of like what a lot of people were scared when Disney first hired Robin Williams to do Aladdin. They were scared that he was making too many cultural references, that no one would get it and it wouldn't stand the test of time. But then it's Robin Williams, so he's just amazing and it's great, which is kind of how I feel about Yipes. But like, I can definitely see that being a problem for some people. Justin likes to repeat words. Yes, I get that because I like to do that too. I've had to intentionally stop myself from doing that because I used to do that all the time. Mike Ross is still here. He just doesn't need the limelight anymore, so he doesn't need to commentate. I used to love commentating with Mike too because all we would do is make fun of each other because that's how we are in real life. So it's just funny. But like, even then, like, I remember one time me and Mike Ross were just commentating and all we were doing were ragging on each other. And someone in the chat was like, can these two guys actually talk about the game, please? And I was like, Jesus, okay, fine. We're just having fun. And that might be one of the things that a lot of people hate about me too, Halu. That I do repeat sentences a lot. I definitely do that a lot, and I should stop. The hardest part is the way my brain works is I'll say a sentence, and then I'll be like, no, that's not how I wanted to say it, and so I just say it again right away. So it was really weird. But I should probably try not to do that so much because it definitely is a problem that I have. I mean, I don't know what you consider an air dasher these days. Because, I mean, before it was like, oh, it's Guilty Gear, Blaze Blue are the air dashers. But, like, air dashing is kind of, like, everywhere now that I don't really consider it as much of a genre anymore. But I used to play a fuck ton of Guilty Gear XX. Jesus Christ, I played a lot of Guilty Gear XX, especially with one of my friends. He would just come over, I would go over to his place, and we would literally play Guilty Gear from like 11 to 11. Like, we played Guilty Gear for 12 hours, just taking breaks for meals. I think he just knows. Do you see the red light? Aren't cats colorblind? Actually, I don't think that they actually are colorblind. Oh, man. But yeah, I used to play the hell. Yeah, and a lot of people were surprised I did almost all of those combos in that Johnny Be Good video myself. There was only one that I used the programmable controller on because I was just like, I can't do this. I don't know why. But, you know, I used to be able to do a lot of... I played Guilty Gear a lot back in the day. And I didn't play Exerd because it just never had good net code. And there was, like, I tend to fail very badly at playing Discord fighters because I am an introvert and I just don't want to reach out and bother anybody. And, like, forcing me to go to a Discord to, like, find people to play, which is crazy because I want my Discord to be very good at that, but I'm bad at that myself. Because I really want to create a Discord where introverts like me can feel comfortable reaching out to other people to play. It's just hard. It's hard because that's why I didn't play Exert, because it just never got any good netcode until it was too late. I played Strive at first, but I just didn't keep up with it for a while because Potemkin was my main character and he sucked for a while, but he's really good now, so like I would like to try him. Yeah, System 42, dude, I'm telling you, man, like, this is why I talk about this all the time. I talk about this all the time. about how, look, everybody in the FGC is an introvert. How do you think we got into this position? That's why I keep saying fighting games are actually more naturally a social genre, which is weird, but the reason why it's a social genre and why it succeeds that way, because it forces introverts to talk to each other. So shit happens. Like, people who play by themselves on ranked don't grow very fast because nobody's there to point out their mistakes, right? So the fact that arcades and stuff like that forced us to be social, but we were social with other people who were introverted nerds like us, made it so that we got social and can play fighting games a little bit better. But the reason why we all sit at home and play ranked all day is because we're introverted. None of us want to jump to Discord and find other people. Nobody wants to jump into like the crazy little lobby room with the little guys running around to like find other people to fight because you feel like you're annoying people. You just want the menu to just be like, match me, please. And just have it go like that, right? So like, I talk about this all the time. You know, I tell everybody, like, look at what's happening with Avatar. Avatar has no ranked, but people are finding that they're having the most fun with this game ever because it has no ranked. I have been saying for years that ranked is just miserable. It's just so miserable. Because there's like no way to interact with it that feels fun, you know? And, you know, people are like, what, you're, like, people on Twitter are like, you're crazy, James, I love ranked. I'm like, you're literally self-selected. The fact that you're talking to me and read my tweet on Twitter is all I need to know that you are self-selected into trying to play ranked. But the majority of people out there don't want to play ranked. And they're not going to say it on Twitter because they're not interacting with our scene anymore. Because they've left. You know? It's just how it is, man. It's crazy. He knows. He knows. He knows. I don't know. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. He knows. All I was saying when I was muted was, and you know what? He never touches the microphone when it's actually muted. Like, he didn't even budge. Like, he just sat there the whole entire time. I actually wasn't saying anything. I was just trying to get him to hit the mute button again, but he won't do it. Oh my God. About needing opposition to have a position. It's basically a chess art of war thing, yeah. The weaker you are, the more judicious it is to position yourself based on what the opposition is doing spontaneously. Here, what I mean is people who can't think for themselves latch on things to hate and criticize instead of growing. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the thing that Tom Cannon told me one time. He was like, A's hire A's, B's hire C's. And I was like, what do you, oh shit, oh my God, like that blew my mind. So like if you're at a job and you're like really good, you hire only other really good people. If you're just kind of okay at something, you hire people worse than you so they don't take your position. Oh man. Communication through game was one reason why arcades were great. Yeah, and again, like there could be somebody that you would never talk to at the arcade that you saw every week. You never talked to them. And then one day after you got off the machine losing, the guy just comes up to you and is like, you do know that you jump every time he jumps backwards, right? And you're like, what? And then you find out that you do. Or you're like, for me, like if it's on college campus or something like that, or for other people, you're just around town and you run into them and you're just like, hey, and like you feel like you're friends even though you've never said anything to each other, right? Like it's weird. It's just like the arcade, the way that it kind of made it so that you just ended up in the same place with the same people worked so well. And there's a reason why a lot of people who play fighting games, their best friends are other fighting game players because they're both introverts. And when introverts end up talking to somebody, it's like you're dedicating a lot of mental effort to speak with somebody else. And so now you gain the comfort with talking to them. And if you find somebody that you particularly click with, the two of you just kind of, you know what I mean? Like you just gel, like it fits together. And that's why so many of us have found like our best friends playing fighting games. It's actually crazy. Well, right, Guilty Gear didn't have the real rank. They had the hotel lobby thing, which was what it was trying to do, right? It was trying to be the ranked. So, but it just never was quite that way, so. Thank you, Zilcho. Thank you, Zilcho. I do fighting game ranked matches any day over a League of Legends ranked. It's like night and day. Well, yeah, that's why a lot of us introverts do play it, right? Because you don't have to go out and reach out to people. But that's also why it's miserable. Like, it's easy for us, and it works on games that have a player base because then you also get skill-based matchmaking. And it's nice that we don't have to go through that effort. That's why I only play ranked, because I don't want to have to go through that effort, you know? Like, I don't want to have to deal with, I don't want to have, oh God, what happened here? Let's see, exit big picture mode, okay. I don't even know what button Nathan presses to turn that on. It's so weird. So this is how you fix rank for me. You can never lose points, only gain more the more you win. Yeah, it's a hard way to, like, you can't do that. Like, it's just not, like, it doesn't work. But what they need is like, it's so crazy to me that they haven't figured out ways, like, dude, all of us have played stupid God. You know what every dumb game on your phone does these days? You open it, you got this crazy daily mission, and if you play enough things, you gain these keys, and then you're scared to skip a day because in the keys, you get 2 keys per day, and then they unlock something that's completely pointless, but when you unlock that, it also gives you something that if you collect enough of that, it unlocks another thing, and like all this other stuff. Like, the problem is, every ranked match you play should give you something. And all you have to do is look at gacha games to see how that works, right? Like, if I played ranked and every match gave me color points or stage points or costume points, like, even if it was like, okay, maybe not costume points because they need that to make money. Maybe not because they're not making any costumes. But you get my point, right? Like, if you just, like, had something that you just kept building, and so you made someone feel like they had progress outside of the points in ranked, like, I feel like that would help a lot of people playing, honestly. The reason I kind of, the reason I kind of stuck with fighting games again is I found a Discord where there are people with 30-plus-year-olds playing with no politics. Yeah, I mean, I feel like my Discord is pretty good about that, but we'll see. It's very small right now. The bigger a Discord gets, the scarier it is, honestly. When I was a child, I would go to the older ones and harass them and teach me stuff. I was beating their asses one by one. Very serious about it. Well, don't do that. I switched to playing casuals mostly and only do ranked when I feel like I've leveled up. Grinding ranked, chasing the next rank up is absolute misery, yeah? I'd rather lose points and go to lower ranks if I get outclassed. Yeah, that's true, but that's the hardest part about fighting games is that you don't realize that when you're losing, you're getting outclassed, right? But all of us build in these blocks to ourselves of how you're supposed to play the game. And so when you lose to somebody, you're like, what? He just did stump blah. And that wasn't a legit way to play. How did I lose to that? I got scrubbed out to death, right? No, I mean, honestly, you got outclassed, right? Because there's a way to beat that person, right? Like, Punk would probably beat that person 1,000 out of 1,000 times, right? So, like, you kind of did get outclassed in a weird way, and that's how you kind of have to look at it. You know, I used to get really mad too when I played ranked, and I'd be like, why am I struggling? Why am I having trouble? I should be a much higher rank than this. And I'm like, you know, I really don't play enough to really be able to back up my claim that I should be higher ranked than this. So I know I'm not higher ranked. I know if I played a lot, I could get there, but I'm not going to get there for free by not playing, which is what I do more often than I don't, right? Like, it's crazy. So, like, you know, one of the biggest ways to level up is learning that when you lose to someone, it's your fault. And you have to take that accountability, right? So, you know, being okay to lose points if you've been outclassed means you should be okay with every time you lose, because every time you lose, you kind of have to see it as you being outclassed. And that's how you're going to grow as a fighting game player, right? Because, you know what? If you don't think you should have lost to somebody, then why didn't you win? Right? That's just how it works. So, FOMO strats. Yep, exactly. Someone at a boba place we played KOF took me to Arcade Infinity for the first time. We barely talked, just played. Yeah, right? It just happens. The guy's like, dude, have you ever been to this place before? And you're like, no. Oh, you should go check it out. A lot of guys play there. And then they take you there, and then, you know, you drive in the car, you become friends, blah, 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 all that stuff. So, yeah, but it doesn't have to be dailies like, you know, like the kind of what they have some dailies right now, which is like, play into this match. It just be like every time you play ranked, you just get something. You should always be progressing to a goal every single match you play in ranked, even if the goal is like music points, right? Like, can you imagine, like, if they, because right now, like, if you go to the music section, right, you can buy every song individually, can't you? Because you can get them separately, like, through the battle passes and stuff like that. They should just charge, like, a certain amount for each song, like, music points, right? Like, you should gain music points. You should get artwork points. You should get costume points. You should just be building all these stupid points that you can use for all sorts of things, and things that might actually be really cool, right? Like, if you get it, dude, how many people had the freaking Nintendo 3DS and were running around in public events trying to get all the stupid picture pieces for all those stupid pictures on the 3DS? God, I used to be obsessed with that. I used to try to get every goddamn picture in that dumb thing, right? Like, that's all you have to do, man. You just have to make it so you give people weird, goofy things that they love, and that's just how it works. Oh, man. No, you can't get drive tickets. You can't get drive tickets for ranked, because drive tickets are kind of like that thing that you have. Oh, no, wait. No, that's right. The drive tickets are different than the fight coins. Fight coins are what you actually buy to get stuff, right? Yeah, I mean, if you got... But see, you shouldn't get drive tickets for playing ranked. You should get, like, a drive ticket chunk. Like, you should get a fourth of a drive ticket for a rank. You know, you just have to see how it works. You know, figure out the pacing and stuff like that. So, I stopped playing mobile games that give rewards for logging in daily or doing some daily quest. Good for you, dude, McGuy, and I mean that so sincerely, because I'm still stuck on a couple of them. Oh, God, it's annoying. I hate it. Oh, let's see here. I thought I saw something. I'd rather have full control of a match playing a fighting game rather than pulling my hair out, getting a team of 5 scatterbrains to work together while they nullify my hard work. Yeah, that's the problem. That's the bad side of team games. But if you have good teammates and friends, like, it's really fun. actually. It's more fun. No, the ELO is fine. I think the ELO is great, but people losing points is very discouraging because it's the only thing that you can use to measure progress, right? So you give people fake progress, right? Like, I've gotten stuck on some games that are like, here's this puzzle game, but every time you beat a level, you get to build something in some weird, like, SimCity town that has literally no gameplay in it whatsoever, but you just get to add a new building, or you get to add a new park, or something like that, and there's literally no gameplay in there, but you're just building a city. And eventually you're like, this is cool, right? And then eventually you're like, what am I doing? And you stop playing that game, right? That's just the thing. But like, weirdly enough, it gets people to keep playing. Oh yeah, Nintendo Galaxy. Well, I mean, 9 years ago, it was still the Ultra Chen Discord. Now it's just a Chenzor Dynasty Discord, Nintendo Galaxy. And there's a key group of people there who post a lot. I just need to post there more often myself, but again, I just keep forgetting to, and I just end up getting distracted by a lot of stupid things. So I'm pretty sure if the game did not keep reminding me to go look at the battle pass or whatever they call it, and I don't care about that because I've just cycled through battle passes all the time. Saima, do you have the current, like, are you stuck in the battle pass loop, or are you just ignoring it completely? Something like 2K matches for a costume would be good. The people that don't care will pay for it anyways. It's true. They'll pay for it anyway because they don't want to wait that long, honestly. And if they're willing to pay for it now, they probably would pay for it then too. Unless they keep building up on drive tickets and every time a new costume they want comes out, they can just buy it right away. But that's also Capcom's fault for not making enough costumes, because you could certainly make enough costumes that people will never have enough costume points to actually get them all. Anyways, it's a whole nother story. Honestly, I just grind the battle pass in SF6 and you get more points in the battle hub versus ranked for completing it. Yeah, I mean, this game has been out for so long, I don't know if anybody would actually, like, get mad about this at this point, because, like, I feel like if you haven't been doing this already, like, I don't feel like I'm revealing anything, or, like, I don't feel like I'm ruining anything, but, like, if you have a controller, if you have a controller that has automatic turbo, you can turn on versus mode and set player 1 to have dynamic mode and set them to, like, 5-star handicap and do it one round, and set the other guy to 0 handicap and set the CPU to level 1. And so you'll play versus mode against the CPU and just have the turbo button on light kick pressing, and you'll fill out the battle pass overnight. Anyways, Gambit or Kazar? What is it about Tokon that you find that you don't love, honestly, right now? I love that SF6 lets you review your matches when you play Takeover. Yeah, that's super huge, honestly. Nothing inherent. I'm just pointing out that there's multiple audiences. The most hardcore want an accurate skill rating. More casuals want something less stressful, yes. I think that came from Rivals of Ether, first game I heard with that feature. Which feature, Nintendo Galaxy? No, the songs are in packs? Oh, okay. And what is not in them is the battle passes, of course. There are some script kiddies who are cheating in Street Fighter 6, so one has to get familiar with kinds of cheats in the wild so one can report the cheaters. In Grand Blue, where'd that go? Everything that came in Battle Pass would be available in the in-game currency shop after release. Yeah, I don't like the fact that the Street Fighter ones just kind of disappear and they're gone. Not living anywhere near other humans that played that stuff. Which one, Tuhalu? I forgot what that was in reference to. I'd also like if Ranked gave those character test tokens. Forgot what they're called. Oh, yeah. Where you could rent a character. Rental tokens, yeah. Chasing those pictures with that 3DS game reminds me of Pokemon Go, which the developer was secretly using to train an AI using its player action. Well, it wasn't necessarily training an AI, it was trying to build up a Google Maps competitor, if I'm not mistaken. And so, like, if it didn't have enough photos of a certain area, that's where it would turn into one of those Poke Spots. And everybody would go there with their cameras and scanning. And so that way they would get pictures of, like, every area. Just like, we don't have enough pictures here, Poke Spot. We don't have enough pictures here, Poke Stop. You know, like that. So it was kind of crazy. I think you're about ranked progression, James. Call of Duty added that back in 2000s, gain experience points after every game, and it became one of the most popular games. Now all shooter games have some kind of experience unlocked as you play. Before that, shooter games didn't have progression mechanics in between games, and only those who really liked the games kept playing them. Yeah, it's really weird, right? Like, that's just all it is. You want to feel like you're gaining something while you play ranked, right? And that's really all it is. That's all you have to do to try to get more people to play and to make them enjoy it and not hate it as much, right? Because, like, if you actually felt like you were progressing with something, even if it's something, I mean, that's exaggerating because a lot of people would still feel pretty shitty because you are losing and it's annoying. But, you know, you can temper the blow a little bit by feeling like you're progressing with something like, okay, well, I went like 10 and 50 today, but I can buy this song now, you know, like, there's something about that. So, do you still have friends who make petty excuses for why they lose in fighting games? And do you try to teach them to get better, but they just ignore you? I make petty excuses why I lose in fighting games right now. Nintendo Galaxy? What are you talking about? This is the nature of playing fighting games. If you aren't making excuses why you are losing in a fighting game, you're not playing fighting games. It's just what it is. If you play a fighting game, you're making excuses, right? Like, there's just no such thing as a person who plays fighting games that isn't making excuses why you lose. I tell everybody, play to learn, do all this stuff, and, you know, you want to do this is your attitude. Dude, you don't think I get online and I'm just like, why would you do that? Why are you like this, dude? Trust me. That's why you see me complaining about Kimberly all the time. Oh my God. 6 and 9 freaks. I'm not sure what you're confused about, but let me know. Let's see. I'm trying out one more characters. Let's see. ASMR. I need to farm master colors with a turbo controller now. The replay. Oh, the replay takeover. Yeah. The replay takeover is great. I know some other ones had something like that before in the past, but having it for fighting games is huge. Absolutely huge. I also spend my time in combo trials to improve my execution, trying to execute 10 combos in a row on each side. I feel if I clean up my execution, I can clear the lower ranks easy. Punishing with simple 2K combos got me that win streak. Yeah, that definitely helps a little bit, but the thing about it is, like, the combo trials are a little bit tricky because they're not always necessarily the optimal things to do, right? But they give you an idea, and some of them do give you, like, the paths that they kind of want you to take and stuff. So it can be helpful, but the whole dangerous thing about trying to learn execution really is learning what to learn while you're practicing execution. The thing about it is, Archer Carter, I would more recommend practicing your execution in training mode. Like, one, because if you don't have what you're supposed to do for the combo on screen, that helps your instant recall and forces you to get better muscle memory. And two, training mode has so much information on why you failed the execution. This is really important. Street Fighter 6 has some of the best information on the screen to show you why you didn't do the combo right. Between the frame meter, between the frame counts, between the motions, between the input history, I haven't really used this, but you can even do things like at 50% in speed and training mode and stuff. Like, there's a lot of very useful tools. There are combos that I will try. I'm like, why am I not doing this? And I just look at all the information on screen. I'm like, holy crap, I'm not getting the back. I'm just like doing like quarter circle back, but I keep pressing the button at down back. Interesting. So I just like adjust, or like, oh shoot, look at this. I missed this because my button press was 2 frames too late thanks to the frame meter, like the training mode. That's one of the things about execution. I am not a dexterous human being, okay? I have no dexterity at all whatsoever, right? Like, I can't juggle, like I'm terrible at tennis and all these things like that. There's nothing in me that makes it so that I should be good at execution. The reason why I got good at execution was because ever since from the beginning, I like scienced it out. I'm like, oh, I see. I can only cancel into this move when I hit them, like on these active frames. Like when I was trying to teach somebody else how to do combos, I was like, don't randomize your link timing because then you'll never learn. Take a link timing. Every human can do this as far as I know. I do know there are people out there with terrible rhythm. But a lot of times if you listen to certain songs, like you listen to a certain song and like someone interjects something that ow, kind of things like in the middle of nowhere, but somehow your brain knows exactly when it starts, even though it doesn't start on a beat, and you can catch that. Using that knowledge to fixate a time period of you trying a link. So you fixate on this time. Dot, 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 dot. If the second move doesn't come out, you're pressing it too early. So what do? You do it a little later. Instead of doing dot, dot, you do dot, 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 dot. You just slow it down a little bit. If the moves aren't comboing it, you're doing it too slow. Speed it up. Instead of dot, dot, you do dot, 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 dot. Dot, dot, instead of dot, dot, right? Like, fixate on a specific timing and adjust it from there to help you learn the link, right? And that's how you can get good at execution. So much of execution has nothing to do with, oh, I just made my hands better, or repetition will make it better. Like, half the time I can't get you saw it when I was trying to do a lot of those avatar combos. Like, I don't watch the demo. So, like, there was those crazy combos with Toph where you needed to Kara cancel her leap into a whiff throw while you were on the pillar and stuff. And it's just because, like, I'm just messing with this and I see something and I'm like, there's no way that this can work the way that I think it's supposed to work. There has to be a different way that this works, right? And so, like, my brain just, like, can figure these things out. And it has very little to do with just, like, now it's intuition because I've been doing this for 35 years. But a lot of the times, I had to learn a lot of these things, right? And like I said, in Marvel vs. Capcom, one of my favorite things about that is that, air combos in Marvel vs. Capcom are some of the most detailed combo mechanics in the world, because I never did it on purpose, but you start learning the difference between super jumping straight up, super jumping diagonal, delaying your super jump, pressing buttons really early, in your air combos, and how you could manipulate the guy in the air and stuff. And so, like, when I start learning combos, I'm like, oh, it's working because when I press the button on the way up, I actually press it early enough that it hits meaty so I can link out of it and stuff. And it's not just me going, why doesn't this work sometimes? Why does it work sometimes? I'm actually trying to figure out the exact reason, because the beautiful thing about a fighting game is it's a computer program. Unless there is a specific randomization programmed into some things, you should get the exact same thing every time you put in the same inputs. How do you think replays work in fighting games right now? How do you think that works, right? It's literally recording your inputs and playing your inputs again in the exact same game engine. Because if it plays the exact same inputs in the game engine, it will get the exact same results. It's not recording your match as a video. It is not recording your match as a video. It is literally just turning on the game, but instead of you playing, it's just recording the inputs and playing the inputs exactly as they were inputted into the game. And it just replicates your match on your game because your game has all of the resources required, all the character models, all the hitboxes, all the hurt boxes, which is why when the game actually gets patched, your replays all die because it's not saving that game as a video or anything. It's literally replaying the inputs exactly as they were played, but when you patch something to have one extra frame of recovery or whatever, you blow up replays, and so they kill them all. And so once you start understanding that every time you input something the exact same way, it should work. So there's no magic in execution in fighting games. There's literally no magic. I mean, it might require something silly like, oh yeah, you got to learn to carry cancel this thing because and you have to do it in like 5 frames. And then you're like, well, shit. But at least you understand now I have to do this in 5 frames or I can't do it, right? Like, as long as you understand that, now you know the problem is you're just not fast enough, right? And maybe that will take a little bit of magic to get good at, but you know exactly why it's not working. Very few times when you're trying to do a combo and your combo doesn't work, is it anything that's just like, you know, gotta keep trying and hopefully it works this time. There's a reason why it doesn't work. Every single time when there's not randomness programmed into the character like a Faust or something like that. But if you are not landing the combo, there is a reason why. And it can be something really annoying, like, yeah, you have a 1-frame window. But when you learn it's a 1-frame window, you're like, I get why it's that hard now. And you know what? I don't want to learn this. I'll learn something else, right? Like, but every time you have trouble with execution, there's a reason for it. And you can study it, and Street Fighter 6 with the frame meter and everything that's on there gives you almost all of the information that you need. It's really crazy. It's really crazy. The cheaters are a massive problem, but I mean, I don't know what to actually, I don't know why they haven't done anything about it yet. So meta progression is a very attractive in a lot of games. Why roguelites all have it. Takes the, oh no, I have to start all over again sting out of them. Yeah. Like every recipe, salt is an essential ingredient. I lost because I didn't pick Ryu. That's why I love r/Salt Fighter. I have a salt channel in my Discord, honestly. I need a full fighting game that is just combo trials. I loved them when I was younger. That's what I did with Street Fighter EX, and that's why I won't watch any of the demos in trials because I treat them all like Street Fighter EX. After reading Pat the Flip's book and watching Core A Gaming, I stopped making excuses. I just say it's because I did not lab X character in training mode, so I don't know what they do. Fighting games don't make me tilted. It's nigh impossible. That's really good, honestly, because I get hella tilted. Oh, man. The rhythm thing helped a lot. Yeah, the rhythm thing is really important, which is why a lot of people hated 1-frame links because it felt like you were just playing Beat Mania or something like that. But it's just, it's so much more, and I like that. I like that there are difficult things to do in fighting games to have good players actually do and consistently, and you're just like, what? Because like when you watch Hokuto no Ken and people are landing these crazy infinites, and then you realize the guy did like 7 1-frame links to get to that point and you just didn't know because they're so damn consistent with it, right? Like, but if you know, it's just like, holy shit, what? You know what I mean? Kind of a thing. I feel like execution is also one of the easiest things to improve because it's just repetition until it's muscle memory. Yeah, and that's why trials and stuff like that are kind of important because it is something that people can feel like they progress on, right? Like, it's just one of those things that you can feel yourself getting better, or at least like something is happening. Like when you land a new combo in a match, you're like, yeah! As I always say, it's one of the greatest feelings in the world when something like that happens. The tricky part is navigating neutral and actually landing a hit to get the combo. Yeah, because a lot of people who lab combos don't lab them correctly, right? You lab this crazy jump-in combo when you like almost never jump in on anybody. The way that I lab combos in Street Fighter 6, I'll tell you right now, is I figure out what knockdown that I'll probably get the most, right? And that's an educated guess, and I'm good at that now because I've been playing fighting games for 35 years. Right? But like when I played Yasmin, the first thing I always do is, what is my light confirm? Light, light, light in the special move. What is the knockdown there? Come up with an Oki, and from there, the Oki is the combo starter that I practice for the combo, right? You want to practice combos that you can actually land. Now, you can practice the crazy combos, because that's your whiff DP or blocked DP punish combo, right? But don't start your combos with jump-ins necessarily. You know, if you have a situation where you could set up a safe jump, maybe you practice a combo from jumping in that situation. But a lot of the times, it's like, I'm going to practice a combo from counter hit crouching light punch. I'm going to practice a combo starter from this knockdown frame kill into meaty this button, which gives me +6, which means I can link into a medium button. I can do this, right? So when I'm practicing Yasmin in training mode, when I was doing all the research for CEO, you know, I'm learning what her Oki is. Like, okay, here's this combo, knockdown, I'm plus this. What is a good setup? Oh, if I hit here, I can do this. And so you just end up in situations where you're practicing combos that are practical. You know, finding a way to land the combo in a match shouldn't be a problem if you're practicing the right combos, is how you want to look at it. And again, I'm lucky because I've played enough fighting games to kind of understand that. But again, like Yasmin comes out, I don't know anything about this character, but I like, not everybody can know that, you know, learn the combo off of your light confirm Oki. Learn your combo off of this follow-up because it feels like this is going to be a common combo ender. You know, oh, this is a really good juggle combo ender. Like, a lot of Yasmin's combos are going to end in DPs. And, like, in certain situations, you can only juggle with the light DP. Okay, well, that seems to be something that they want you to end your combo with. So what's my Oki off of this light DP? And then if I see it's +36, and then I can emulate a +36 situation, you know, with a light DP that doesn't necessarily have me juggling or whatever. You know, like, you want to lab the correct thing, and that's the key right there. So if you're just trying to practice a combo and you're just like hoping to land that combo in a match, that is one of the highest frustrating things ever. That happens to everybody. It happens to everybody. We're like, I just wanted to do this. If you saw that synchronized episode where me and Mike were playing Rick Stroud versus Rick Stroud, at one point he got really salty because he was like, I just want to land this one thing. And, you know, that is the #1 recipe to being angry, is I'm playing a fighting game and my goal is to do this thing that I practiced. But I practiced it because I just think it's cool and I want to do it because it's cool. You're practicing the wrong things. Practice practical things, and you'll land that in a match all the time. I mean, I've done it with Marisa. I had this really cool trade combo, you know, that led into back heavy punch. And the first time I tried it in a real match, I didn't get the back heavy punch because I was like, oh my God, the trade worked. But like, I wasn't labbing like, look what I can do off of trades. I was labbing, oh, in this Oki situation, I can do this, which makes me plus this. But if I'm plus this, that means that this button here, which has a startup of this many frames, means that if I do this and they do a 4 frame, we trade. What's the plus on that? It's +8. Whoa, I can do back heavy punch. So I didn't lab a combo. I labbed an Oki situation, found it set up for a trade combo, and then I tried to make up a combo to match that situation, and I practiced that, and then I landed it in that same match or in that same session later on, and I got the back heavy punch. I was like, see, there you go, I got the back heavy punch, I'm a god, you know, like, but that's how you want to try to lab your combos. You want to start from a realistic situation. And again, once you get better at Street Fighter 6, it's not going to be about the canned, you know, frame kill meaty situations all the time because it's too obvious and too predictable and all that stuff. But I guarantee you, you lab all this stuff out. If you just lab your common knockdowns and your Oki mix-ups off of those common knockdowns and making sure that those Oki situations have all your mix-ups that you need, attack, throw, and shimmy, you will get yourself into master like that. It's all, I mean, every time I lab these characters out, I lab all these situations, and then every time I run into a situation in a match where I'm like, I literally don't know what to do here. Like, I knock the guy down, and I don't have a pre-canned situation what I want to do here. This is a problem. I go into the training mode, and I replicate that situation, and I try to figure out the Oki there. And then I go back and I play, and now I have an Oki option off of that. You do that, you get to master in no time. Like, it's almost autopilot for you. Like, knockdown, I know my Oki, go up, he blocked, okay, next time I do this, I'll throw him. And like, you do that, and like, you just keep mixing up and figuring out what your Oki is, and you will basically almost autopilot into master. Then when you get into master, you start getting your ass kicked, because if you autopilot your way up there, you didn't learn a lot, but like, at least you have that mindset that every time you knock someone down, you should know what you're supposed to do ahead of time. And now you just got to start dealing with people who are playing significantly, you know, more mix-ups on you and stuff like that. It doesn't get any easier. But I guarantee you, like, you know, if you just understand what to look for early on in these games, it makes it a lot easier for yourself. There were no YouTubes back then. Oh, God, yeah. Let's see. Much like other games back in the day, like Mega Man, it's all about repetition and timing. But once you know the sequence and what you have to do, it's just a matter of practice. I was literally typing the detail on replays when you said it. Nice. You also blow up, combo trials so they keep old versions of the characters for those. Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the replay system saving all the inputs like that saves a ton of space versus actually saving the replay as a video file. Replay takeover is also possible because of the saved inputs. Exactly. Because when you do replay takeover, what, you know, a lot of people don't tell you is that you can you can take over either character, right? And when you take over that character, the other character keeps playing the replayed inputs. Like, even if you interrupt them, it just keeps playing the inputs. So let's say they do a mix-up, but you found out there's a gap and you can DP it. They'll get up and they'll keep playing the inputs, and it won't work for what they're trying to do anymore. But that's one of the cool things about the replay takeover is that way you, like, if you take over a character, the other person keeps doing what happened in that match. And it's really kind of sick. Isn't there a way to report a cheater in Street Fighter 6? I believe so. If you block them, you can say, this guy is a cheater or something like that. I don't know, actually, because I don't block people a lot online, so I'm not really sure. You can see the random generator get the same results every time also. Yeah, that's us getting into the weeds right there, Amazing Chess. That's, I mean, a long time ago, I remember talking to someone who was a better programmer than me in high school, and he was like, computers can't be random. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's like a random function. It's random. And he's like, no, computers cannot be random. It's impossible for a computer to be random. And I was like, you're nuts. And of course, as I became a better programmer, I was like, computers cannot be random. There's literally no way a computer can be random. It's just impossible for a computer to be random. They have to use something to seed it, right? So, for example, what a computer can do is like take the current time, right? And take the time to the millisecond. And that's a different seed. And so like the chances of you getting that same seed multiple times over and over and over again is almost impossible unless you play it at the exact same time every single day, right? So like clock is a very common random seeding generator, right? But sometimes that's not good enough, right? You need something to be unique every time. Then you start getting into things like GUIDs and all these other things. But yeah, computers literally cannot be random. If you pop the same seed into a random generator, it will give you the same result every single time. That's how it works. One frame FADC links in Street Fighter 4. Nah, I'm out. I'll take the non-optimal combo. Yeah. Let's see. I'm glad they did the input frame count on the older games collection. I actually trained my execution in these older games looking at my inputs and keeping it fresh and real. I'll be honest with you. Every time I play a fighting game and it doesn't have the frame count on my execution, I get really annoyed and upset. I really want that. Yeah, it was so funny how many matches I won by not pressing buttons and just punishing. I think it's probably because execution is my weakest skill. Neutral and adapting to the opponent I'm better at. Right, and that's the thing, right? And again, like, if the only execution and combos that you learn are from punishes and stuff like that, it makes the execution a lot easier, actually. Combos are actually the easiest thing to learn in fighting games. Again, amazing chess, like, it's so different for every person. The one thing that we have to understand is that the way everybody learns how to play fighting games and the way everybody learns how to do anything is so different from person to person, which is why I prescribe so heavily to this heart, body, mind concept, right? Because I've understood this now. I get how to teach heart players how to play mind games. I get how to teach mind players how to play heart games. And, you know, like, if you're not a body player, you're not going to be good at execution. If you're a body player, you're going to be good at it, right? But I can now cater my teachings on how to accomplish these things based off of what I know about you, and I ask you questions ahead of time to try to figure out the kind of person you are. There is no one way to learn fighting games, which is why when I teach people how to play fighting games, I'm more focused on mentality, I'm more focused on mindset, and I'm more focused on teaching you how to teach yourself, right? A lot of people who teach you how to play fighting games are like, oh, Street Fighter 6, just do this, just do this, just do this, right? Which I kind of unironically did earlier. Right? Like, I was just like, just do this and you can get to master. But I did say that by the time you get to master, you're going to get shit on because you don't really, you autopiloted, right? So the point being is that everybody's going to learn everything differently. And that is where my strength as a teacher in fighting games is over a lot of other people. A lot of other people will teach you fighting games in the way they learned fighting games. And while it will work for a lot of people, it doesn't necessarily work for everybody, right? Like, I try to dig down deep because I've learned that learning fighting games, like, there's just not one way to learn it. It's impossible because different people appreciate different aspects of playing fighting games. And that's why I love fighting games when they are more balanced in terms of execution, mind and heart, right? I like it when a game is, that's why, to me, that is like the biggest strength of Street Fighter 4, right? The reason why Street Fighter 4 is so beloved is because the mechanics of the game are not stronger than the characters, right? That's the downside of Street Fighter 6. the mechanics are very strong, but also the input buffer of Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI makes the game play a very specific way. The thing about Street Fighter IV that was so good is that there were characters that represented each of the style of play that people could have. There were body characters out there. If you were a Sakura player, if you were a Sea Viper player, if you were a Gen player, you had the execution craziness, a Dudley player. You had the execution stuff that made you really enjoy playing fighting games. But if you were just someone who wanted to play mind games all day, like Ryu was right there, you know, like as a character that way. But if you also like playing like, you know, like, I'm sorry, if you like playing Heart, Ryu was right there for you. If you were a player who liked the mind stuff, you know, there were the characters that played more scientifically, you know, that like you would just lab all these, like Vortex characters are like good for mind players, right? Because you're like, I got a knockdown, this is my mix-up. And you just knew what to do in those situations, right? So Street Fighter IV is one of the most beloved games because it had characters for every kind of mindset. You just had to, you know, be lucky enough to find the character that works for you. But the point being is that when you teach fighting games, everybody has to learn in a completely different way. And, you know, if you acknowledge that and you can even teach people to learn how to play games that they don't like, right? So, like, if you're a person who's like, I hate Street Fighter 6, like, the game doesn't make any sense to me, blah, 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 I can teach you how to approach it as a Heart player who now has to adjust to a mind game. I can teach you that, right? If you're a mind player and now you're trying to learn Street Fighter 2, I can teach you that now because I understand it now. And this is why I'm so hell-bent on this whole concept of heart, mind, and body. And acknowledging that fighting games are different. And different people like different fighting games. It seems so logical and natural. It's crazy to me that anybody thinks that I'm blowing smoke, dude. It's crazy. Let's see. I need to learn how not to panic. Yeah. And Archer Carter, that's learnable as well. Because the panic comes from, I don't know what to do. If someone knocks you down, you don't know what to do. Like I said, the most basic mix-up in Street Fighter 6 is attack, throw, shimmy, right? So if someone knocks you down and they're right next to you and you're getting up, just know that your opponent is either going to attack, throw, or shimmy, right? And so if you think they're going to attack, you block. If you think they're going to throw, you tech. If you think they're going to shimmy, you wake up with a button. Those are your three options. Block, tech, or press a button. Those are your three options. That's your three options. Now, other characters mess that up because they get overheads or they get command grabs, etc. But that's where the fun comes in. But at its base, those are your three options. And if you guess wrong, you get hit, and you just say to yourself, I guessed wrong. Next time, let's see what happens. And if you guess right, you're like, cool, I guess right, and I can kind of try to get out of this situation. But the key is that by knowing those are your three options, and that's the mix-up, and that's a rock, paper, scissors kind of thing, there's no reason to panic. Right? You're like, I guessed wrong. I guessed right. I guessed wrong. I guessed right. And that's it. Because you don't have to go, what should I do? What should I do? For the most part, it's going to be you block, you tech, or you press a button. Those are your options. For 90% of the mix-ups in Street Fighter 6, those are going to be your options, right? And that way, if you understand that, the panic goes away because you just realize now that's what it is. Like, if you play rock, paper, scissors against someone, you're not like, what should I do? What should I do? You're like, I think he's going to play rock, so I'm going to play paper. Like, there's no panic because you know what the options are and you know what beats what. That's what you got to do. And so for a lot of the Oki situations, and even in situations where I make you block a drive rush normal and I'm +2, guess what my mix-up is? Attack, throw, or shimmy. It's the same damn thing. And if you run into a situation where someone throws a left curve at you and you're like, what? That's a meaty overhead that links into what? And then you go to replay takeover and you go find out what that setup was. And now you lab that situation. You go, okay, so when Elena hits me with a light DP juggle in the corner, I now have to watch out for whiff crouch light kick into overhead, which is meaty enough for her to combo into crouching light punch. And now you watch out for that particular situation. But that's what playing a lot and labbing and getting the experience on ranked is doing for you, is you're learning the crazy situations that you're going to get into. And the more you study all those situations, like I said, after I used to block Honda headbutt, I'm like, I don't know what to do. Well, then I labbed it and I found out Kimberly's Crouching Strong beats everything Honda does except for Invincible Super and EX Headbutt. And now when I block Honda's headbutt, I don't panic anymore. I block it, I'm like low strong. That's it. That's all I do, right? And then if they armor through it or super, I'm like, okay, good shit. I didn't try to bait it. You know what I mean? Like, and that's it. Like, you don't panic anymore because you know what the options are. And you know when you guessed wrong. And when you guessed wrong, you're just like, good shit. You did the thing that I wasn't expecting. But there's no panic anymore because in that situation, you know what your choices are and that if you did this and they guessed right, you guessed wrong, good on you. Now, having said that, I still panic all the time because you can't help it. It's psychological. I get knocked down and I get thrown and I get thrown and I get thrown and I panic. It happens, right? But the key is like, the more you know, the more you can fight that panic and the more you can also appreciate it. If your opponent throws you 3 times in a row, you're like, okay, good shit. You called me out. I wasn't planning to tech, you know, and stuff like that. But understanding the situations and knowing what can happen in that situation helps alleviate the panic. Now, this doesn't work in a lot of heart-based fighting games because heart-based fighting games, everything is fuck it DP or whatever, right? Like, it's harder that way. But that's why I say Street Fighter 6 is such a mind game because when you get knocked down, and if the character that knocked you down gets Oki from that knockdown, the mix-up 90% of the time is going to be attack, throw, or shimmy, right? Like, until you get into higher levels, like I said, but understanding that is going to get you through a large chunk of the beginner part of playing fighting games. Like I said, in hard games, it's not quite like that because mistakes are happening every time. People miss meaties constantly. People miss reversals. People, like, shit, just weird stuff happen. Like, what? Wait, I didn't, what? Like, that's how heart games play. That's why a lot of people like Avatar right now, because that's what Avatar is. Because when you're in the neutral, shit is just happening. And so a lot of people who haven't found a game that they loved in a long time are really loving Avatar, because Avatar is a really hard, is a really, really fucking hard kind of game. Because shit happens and you're like, what? And then you have to kind of react to that situation, right? And that's why a lot of old school players are finding a lot of joy in Avatar, right? It's not as much of a mind game because it doesn't require like a lot of situation memorization and stuff like that. Things just happen. It does require a lot of body though, because this game is a very high execution game. But for a lot of people who are heart players and do like execution, it just feels more fun for them because it's not memorizing situations as much as, oh, like, I just want to do this, cool. You know, and that's kind of how it works. So, but what if I want to do the cool thing? Captain Doobie, if you really want to do the cool thing that you learned, find a realistic situation in which you can land it. if the cool thing that you can do starts from a jump in, instead learn how to start that combo with a punish counter. Because now every time you block an ODDP, that is your time to start styling. I haven't said this before, but this is kind of how you want to think of it. Every time you have a cool show-off style combo, learn how to start it from a punish counter against an ODDP. Because that will always be the freest point in which you can land your cool shit. So in Street Fighter 6 in particular, if you have a cool shit that you want to do, learn how to start it from punishing an ODDP. Yeah, that said, if it's still fine if you struggle to get to master. Yeah, absolutely. You know, I trivialize it because, like, that's my experience. I'm like, oh, I just do this and I get to master like that. You know, I'm trivializing it, and it's not fair. John the Automaton is absolutely right for pointing that out. But again, the reason why I say that in particular about Street Fighter 6 is because it is a mind game, and it is about kind of repeating the knowledge that you have. And, you know, there's very few situations, like I said, in Street Fighter 5 and Street Fighter 6, they're more like baseball, in which errors is like one of the most important stats that it's shown in the main box score, right? You see hits, runs, and errors. Because that game is supposed to be played perfectly, and when someone makes a mistake, it's a big deal. That's what Street Fighter 5 and Street Fighter 6 are. It's a big deal when you make a mistake. But when you play a heart game like Vampire Savior, you're making mistakes constantly. Like, something is not going the way that you wanted it to go constantly. Like, everything that you do, there's a mistake. Like, we saw Kaji. He's the best Vampire Savior player in the world. He won Evo Japan and Evo Worlds in the same year, right? After being retired for a long time. Do you know how many Darkness Illusion combos he missed? I'm sorry, Luminous Illusion combos that he missed? You always hear it's like, whoa, he missed that Luminous Illusion combo. Dude, it happens all the freaking time, right? It happens at least like once or twice a game, right? But if you're playing Street Fighter 6, like, you should not be missing your combos. You should not be dropping your combos if you are a top-level player. And when they do, that's why we go, oh my God, he dropped it. Whereas in Vampire Savior, it's like, oh, he didn't get it. Whatever, let's move on to the next crazy thing that's happening, right? So Street Fighter 6 and Street Fighter 5 are just fighting games that are designed to be played that way. And again, there's nothing wrong with that, because there's a lot of people who don't have that heart part of their game where they sit there and they're playing a heart game and they're like, I literally don't know what to do. Why should I do this over this? I don't get it. Why did you do that? And when you talk to the super old school players, their advice is usually like, it just felt like the right thing to do, right? Like, this is why old fighting game players are really bad at teaching, because they're heart players. They can't explain why they did something. They're just like, that just felt right at the time to do that. And like, the mind players are like, what? That doesn't make sense. And so when they play a mind game, they're like, oh, I get it, I'm +2. So in this situation, your 4-frame can't beat my throw, so I get to exact upon you the Street Fighter 5/6 rock, paper, scissors, which is attack, throw, or shimmy. This game makes sense. Oh, I'm -2. Now I have to defend against it. And so for a lot of mind players, those games have opened up a lot of people to be able to play those, whereas they couldn't play a lot of old heart games before, right? So again, neither version is better or worse than the other. They're both super legit, and they're both super fun, and most importantly, and I don't emphasize this enough, but heart players can play mind games, and mind players can play heart games. I do think that mind players can play heart games easier than heart players can play mind games. But it is absolutely possible to play the game that is not catered to your style. The way that you do it is you understand that the game is not catered to your style, right? That's the number one thing to understand. But the problem with the fighting game community is all we do is talk about every fighting game is the same. You're good at one, you could be good at all of them. It's not true. It's just not true. You have to have the right mentality for that. Now, if you're good enough, yeah, you can be good at all of them if you're just ridiculous at fighting games. But it doesn't mean that because you're good at one fighting game, you have the natural right to be good at every fighting game. That's just not how it works. Top players don't like some fighting games, and there are reasons for that because it's not catered toward their style, right? Like, there are top players who will play a fighting game and be like, I don't like this game. This game sucks, right? They don't understand it, but the reason is because it doesn't suit their style. And so while they could get good at it, they don't have the motivation or reason to want to get good at it because they're not having fun, right? And that's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But we have to understand the differences in these kind of games so that we know how to lean ourselves into trying to get good at them. I struggle in Street Fighter 6. I'm not going to lie. I know I struggle in Street Fighter 6. A lot of it is because I refuse to believe that my opponent is not going to throw me. I don't know why, but like when they knock me down, I try to tech throws or I try to do my crafty anti-throw backdash or whatever. Like I just for some reason think people are going to throw me every time and I just get shimmied and meatied and I refuse to believe people are going to do anything else. And I don't know why. And I also have no reaction, so I can't whiff punish anything. And that's brutal. But, you know, if you understand fighting games that way and understand that Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI also do require a lot of reactions, that's just an inherent part of those games. And I know I'm not good at reactions. I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, Street Fighter VI sucks because I can't win. I'm just going to be like, I can't win because my reactions suck. And this game definitely caters towards reactions more. All you have to do is just understand what the fighting game is demanding of you. And a lot of different fighting games demand different things. It's crazy because, like, James, you love Vampire Saber. That's the fastest game in the world. And if you don't have reactions, why do you enjoy it? That's because you don't react to things in Vampire Saber. If you think you can react to Lord Raptor doing instant air dash into button overhead, you're wrong. It's like 7 frames. Like, you can't react to this stuff, right? So that entire game is played with anticipation and reads. I think you're going to instant air dash, so I'm throwing this button up here. But the thing about it is this button is so goddamn fast, you're not going to whiff punish me for whiffing it, right? So I have more freedom to just throw buttons out like that. So Vampire Savior is a lot of, I think you're going to do this. I'm going to jump in chicken guard. And then you didn't, and then you hit me out of the air. Whatever, now what do I do? Weird situation, pick a thing to do, right? It's not about reaction. You react to situations, but you have time that way. You're not trying to react to this attack, and if you don't, you get stunned against the wall, and you lose 50% of your life, and you die. Sorry, Nathan, didn't mean to scare you like that. And I still haven't even had a chance to talk about the FGC's big problem right now. Oh, man. Hang on a second here. Let's see. Avatar Legends, you have replay takeover. Cool. You don't even have to block them to report them. You just have an option on the player profile tab. Okay. Pseudo-random is the technical term, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, for the programming. Entropy is often gotten from radio background noise from space, which is cool. Whoa, that's crazy. That's crazy. As opposed to someone describes how to report a cheater. Nice, okay. It looks like post 5 in my link has some directions how to report a cheater. Good. That's true. As a beginner, I only understand combos. Other interactions are too complex for me to understand, but some people learn other parts of the game first. Hey, Exilian, how you doing? I'm sorry I haven't gotten back to you yet, but I will try in a little bit. Execution skill can be learned too, like if you're not good at execution from the start. Yeah, like I said, I talked about this earlier for us, that I am the least dexterous person in the world, but I've learned execution not because I have this inherent skill with my hands, but more that I just studied how combos work and now I understand things. So, One of Windows 11's minimum hardware requirements included TPM, which includes a true hardware random number generator. TPM means trusted platform module. Yeah, again, there's lots of ways that make it so that computers are random, but there is literally no such thing as a computer actually being random. Otherwise, that means the computer can think. And if a computer we have not even come remotely close. Nobody dare type AI into the chat, or I'm gonna smash something out of complete anger, because AI is not thinking. AI doesn't think. AI has never ever thought. Okay, so don't even try to pretend that AI is thinking right now. So sad how they ended Street Fighter 4. Yeah, I'm sad that it ended up because I hate Fuerte, but that's me. I see. I started with Street Fighter 2, so you hardly had any combos there. Yep. Most of the game is reacting to what the other player does. Kind of. But a lot of it was reads, too. Like, you can't react to a fireball and jump over it and kill them. You had to predict the fireball, right? Now, there are definitely some things like Ryu or Zangief sweeps that are very whiff punishable that you can react to, but a lot of those games weren't about reacting, because like DPing a jump isn't like, 25 frames, 24 frame DI, or hi, I have an 18 frame dash, you'd better react to that, or hey, I whiffed a button that's a stand medium kick, you'd better be able to whiff punish that. Like, Street Fighter 2 wasn't about reactions as much as a lot of people think they were. A lot of it is played through anticipation or pattern recognition, honestly. Street Fighter 6 is not a heart game. Corey Nain. Yeah, if Justin says that, he doesn't understand what I'm talking about. Street Fighter 6 is not a heart game. However, you can play it a little more heart than Street Fighter 5. I will say that. So, like, if I had to compare 5 and 6, I feel like 6 has more heart than 5 does. But, again, it'll depend on who you talk to. To use the SF6 assets as quickly as possible. Yeah, I mean, there was a few patches after that, like, changed some balances. But, like, some of those characters should not have ended up the way that they did. And thank you for the sub, Exilian. About the panic, the other day I completely figured an opponent. So I was about to confirm crouch heavy punch into CA. I did sweep, which doesn't cancel the CA, so that whiffed. Luckily, I got matched with them again and washed them. Yeah, that's a situation awareness right there, right? They leave themselves vulnerable, and you're like, oh my god. A lot of times when you see people actually react to whiffs and punish them, it's because they were anticipating them, right? And when you anticipate it, you already know what combo you have in mind. You're like, as soon as he whiffs this button, I am hitting stand medium kick into, or I am hitting crouch medium. You already have the combo in your mind. So in that situation that you wanted to confirm crouching heavy punch into CA, it was a situation that came up and you're like, oh, I should do this. And then you press the wrong button out of panic, right? But if you're like, if he whiffs this, I'm crouching heavy punching his ass, and he whiffs it, and then you'd hit him. You already had it preloaded in your head. I've talked about that in execution before. I had this completely whacked out library analogy where it's like, hey, like you pretend a combo in this situation is a book in the library, and you have no idea where that book is. You're just like, crap, where is the book? And you got to look it up, and you look up the card catalog, and you're like, oh, it's over here in this section. Where is that? Where the heck is home and gardening? And you run around, and you try to find that, and you find it, and there's like 3 shelves, and you're like, which of these bookshelves is the right one? And you see the numbers on the bookshelves, and you're like, oh, it's down this aisle, and you're like, where is it? And here's the book, and you open it up, and you're like, what pages do I find this combo in? Da-da-da-da. But if you're like anticipating, you're like, oh, I know where that book is, and you just like walk straight to the book, and you might not remember where it is on the shelf, but you'll like remember where home and gardening is, and you just walk over there, and you're like, I remember it was here somewhere. Oh, here it was. Now, what page was it? And by the time you get really good, you just have checked the book out. Like, you just have the book. You don't even need to go find the book anymore. The book is just right there. You're just like, I need this combo. You open the book because you have the bookmark right there. And you're like, oh, there it is. Boom. Right? Like, that's what it is. That's training the muscle memory and the anticipation. A lot of the times, whenever I see people miss execution in fighting games, I always say it's because they're stressed or they're nervous or they're panicking or something like that. But, like, one of the key things to make your execution better is just anticipating and actually just doing it. Like, you just know this is what you're going to do. And seeing yourself land it in a match is like the number one step to getting that muscle memory. I don't know what it is, but as soon as you land that combo the first time, like the first time it misses, like the DP misses, and you're like, oh God, I had this crazy 60% combo. What did I start it with? And you mess up. And then the next DP comes out and you mess up again, but you started right, but you dropped it in the middle because you're like, shit, what was the route again? And then the one time you land it, finally, all of a sudden it's just like click. And then guaranteed from that point on, you'll land it like 90% of the time. It's weird. Unless it's like some ridiculously hard to do combo like Ed's dream combo or something like that. But like, once you click it in there, in fact, it gets so embedded in your brain that when you find out there's a more damaging combo and you want to do that and they whiff the DP, it's going to be hard to do that other combo because you've already checked out that book and you're like, I need to do the combo. I could go look up the Dewey Decimal. No, forget it. I'm doing this combo because it's right here. It takes a long time to unlearn to do the other one. But once you start landing that, then you start checking the book out. You know what I mean? It's really weird. I don't know why our brains work that way, but that is how it works, honestly. Not ignoring you, by the way. My eyes are too tired to read all. I take a vitamin A for eyes. Yeah, I understand. Hey, the unknown, sorry for taking so long. I'm still trying to catch up on all my messages. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. VSAV is different from Street Fighter. Very different. So Vampire Savior is tough because you're either going to run into people that are super good or you're going to like run into people in the beginning. I'm one of the few people that's like right in the middle of being super good and like learning the game because I either get slaughtered or I destroy people. That's how I play right now. And it's because my push blocking sucks, right? I can do everything except push blocking. And if I can't push block, I will die against the better players. Until I learn how to push block better and more consistently, I will be dying to better players. But because I know like every other high level thing with my character, I will kill all beginners. It's really tough for me to find people that are at my level sometimes. It's crazy. But Archer Carter, if you want to learn how to get better at VSAV, learn how to push block. That is going to be one of the number one things that you're going to have to learn. Teaching someone how to lab in practice mode might be more valuable than teaching them. Yeah, absolutely. And people have told me to create videos on how to use training modes and stuff. And I kind of want to do that, honestly. Let me see here. What do we see? I saw the last message. I saw something about Barbara Oakley. Where did that go? Oh, Teacher Fish. Yeah, not everybody could be Shanghai. Oh, Barbara Oakley has an excellent book on learning to learn. Yeah, learning to learn is the most important thing. Yeah, not everybody can be Shanghai. Shanghai is ridiculous, dude. Shanghai, Goichi are two of the most talented fighting game players to ever grace this earth, man. Seriously. Let's see here. As they're close, they already threw me. My eyes just haven't caught up. Yeah, basically. What is it? I've been waiting in suspense. What is the big problem? Okay, let's get there. Very, very soon. Artificial stupidity. I love it. Our current application of AI is basically better Google search, better with an asterisk, because sometimes it's not better. I get wrong answers all the time because I'm always asking for really weird things. Yeah, I meant a combination of reaction predicting your point. Okay, yeah. Depends on the type of AI. AI isn't one technology, a whole field, blah, blah. Is there six as bad as they say? say, no, Old English 40 ounce. I like Street Fighter 6. A lot of people like Street Fighter 6. It's really mostly the West that's crying about the game. Last week, 2 weeks ago, I did a whole stream where I just talked about my tweet where I was like, are people in Asia complaining about this? Are people in Japan just as mad? And a lot of people in Japan were like, why are people mad? We're still not sure why a lot of people in America are mad. Game's balance is so good. What is there to be mad about? You can win with anyone. And so a lot of people like this game. It's really just the West because we all want the game to play how we want a fighting game to play as opposed to making ourselves play Street Fighter 6. I think Street Fighter 6 sucks because I hate this, as opposed to, hey, everyone can win. If I think that this is annoying, I can do it too. And hey, I can pick mostly any character and win. What is there to be mad about? Because they're adjusting themselves to the game. So a lot of people in the West complain about the game, but a lot of people in the East apparently love the game and just have no issues with it, honestly. Disco Cockroach says, this might be a stupid question, but why does everyone in the SF6 jump on Wake Up? And how do I beat that? Manon main for what it's worth. They jump on their Wake Up because they're scared of your command grab, right? Disco Cockroach. Now, I will say after having labbed Manon for a little bit, she's really unwieldy because her Oki is actually really awkward. Now, there are ways to force them. The problem right now is if you're trying to manually meaty them so that they can't jump, you're having problems. So if they hold up and if you throw a meaty attack in them, they will get hit. And what you have to do is learn when you knock people down with Manon how to Oki them. So for example, jab, jab, jab into medium pirouette kick, you know, the round kick, this thing, is one of your most common knockdowns because it's your light confirm. After that, if you do drive rush into crouching strong, I think it is, you will hit them meaty. And if you do that, they will get up and get hit. And not only that, but you're a drive rush medium punch. And I think you get extra plus frames, which doesn't lead into anything. So the best thing you do is drive rush, crouch medium punch, back heavy punch into one point, right? Or is it dégagé? I can't remember. Fireball plus punch, right? Because you want to build those medals, right? And they can't jump out of that. If you are getting knockdowns and the opponent can jump out of it because you're not timing your meaty properly, you have to go lab Manon a little bit more. Now, the other things I think you can do, I think once you actually knock them down, I think if you drive rush with light punch, I think you're safe from ODDPs. But, you know, these are all things that you have to lab. But the opponent shouldn't be able to jump away from you on their Wake Up if you can learn to get your meaty timing proper every single time. I literally just like labbed Manon recently on the Switch. I don't know why I was doing Manon, but I was just like labbing a bunch of stuff with her. But that's a good way to do it. But they're all gonna jump because they're scared because you're using a command grab character. So if they're all jumping, even if you're not command grabbing, then you gotta learn how to land your meaty. You'll get them to stop jumping really, really fast. Really fast. So, but I try to media Wake Up jab and I still lose to it because you don't have your Oki labbed out. You don't have your Loki abbed out. That's Tom Hiddleston, baby. You don't have your Oki labbed out. I'll just show you some stuff right now here while I have a chance. So you're playing Manon, so they're probably scared. Yeah, scared to see a Manon. Oh, Goichi was grinding Poverty Fighters and nobody saw him coming. How's he doing after that heat stroke? He says the doctors still don't know what's going on, unfortunately. So they're trying to do a bunch of other stuff. So hopefully he'll figure it out. So let's do this here. Watch. I'll show you here because, like I said, I was labbing this character out over here. So, like, for example, this is a very common knockdown because this is her most damaging knockdown, right? off of lights. So light, light, light into medium. Wrong point. Okay, I was right. It is the wrong point. Okay, the round point, basically, right? So this is one of your most common knockdowns here. I'm plus 34 in this situation. So I think if I did there, no, that wasn't what it was. What was my knockdown that I had for this situation? I think, what was it? Was it that? No, that's too slow. I'm trying to remember what my meaty was in this situation. Was it just something like this? It wasn't that. Shoot, what was it? I remember now, this was a really awkward situation that wasn't very good with your meaties. So that works right there, right? They can't jump out of that. And I'm plus 6 in that situation. Unfortunately, nothing will hit in that situation. There was something, God, what was I doing? I know I had something else that was better than this. Was it that? No, because that's only plus 3. Whoops. That doesn't hit right there. What was I doing? That's too slow, right? So that's too slow, but that's also 7 frames. What was I doing on that knockdown situation here? I can't remember now. Oh, wait. Wait, was it this? Wasn't that? That's too slow. I forgot here. Now, see, that's minus 8, so it's definitely not that. Wait, let me see. So that doesn't go far enough, and that's way too short. Oh, wait, that's what's wrong. Okay, that's what's wrong. It's the best option is the heavy Ron point. That's why. That's why. It's not the medium one. You can actually combo the heavy one. So that's what you want to do right there. Because if you look, the medium one is plus 34 and they're further away. But the heavy one is plus 37. And they're a little bit far too, but I have 3 more extra frames. That's what it was. See, I knew it was dash, drive, rush, and the crouching strong. Right? But if I do this, like, they shouldn't be able to jump away. There's no way, because this is a true meaty, and I'm plus 10 in this situation. So heavy here. Whoops. And then I get that combo, but it's a lot faster than you think. Whoops, wrong button. Like that, right? And now I get a medal off of that. And if they actually block on their wake up, like this, I'm plus 3, right? So if I'm plus 3, the heavy command grab will reach them, and that will actually beat their buttons, right? Or if they want to jump again, I can do another 7-frame button and hit them in their pre-jump frames, right? So let's say on block reversal, they try to jump, right? Like so. Then I can do, whoops. Whoops, I did that too slow. Right? And I can hit them while they're standing. And that's plus 6, which means my light kick can confirm. And light kick will go into heavy rond point again. Whoops, too slow. And again, the muscle memory will come into play once you do this enough. Oh no, I'm not close enough because he gets hit standing. So 6 frames, huh? I don't have anything that reaches that far. But there's probably, oh, you know what? This will work better. That'll work better. Because that's 7 frames as well. That's 7 frames as well. And see, oh, but I'm only +2. Oh, come on, come on, come on. What's the best thing that I can do in that situation? What would be the best thing? In any case, this is kind of like, it's kind of like what you want to do to lab, right? This is how, you see how I'm labbing this situation, right? Basically, they shouldn't be able to jump away from you because this is going to be one of the most common ways to knock people down. This is going to be another common way to knock people down. And it's a hard knockdown too, right? So like, so if I just drive rush, whoops. So I believe it was like drive rush, crouching strong can work there again, which means they shouldn't be able to jump. Another one that's really common is this setup right here. You can drive rush into heavy grab now, I think. Oh no, it was light one, that's what it was. Like you can do that, but then if you think they're actually gonna try to jump away, you can drive rush into crouching medium kick. And you see how it hit on the last frame there, right? Like that. So if they hold up to jump on wake up, like so, I hit them on the last frame. I'm +11, Jesus Christ. And that's gonna, oh, that missed? No, that's just me timing it wrong. Yeah, there you go. See? And so now they shouldn't be able to jump away. But again, this is what I mean by this is a mind game. You have to really understand and lab your Oki out, etc., etc. And yes, this is the essence of labbing. Labbing is not going into training mode and practicing your combo. Labbing is learning how to solve situations, finding out what your mix-up is, finding out, and yeah, and here's another thing, right? This is really important as well, because if I did this, right, and I do this, if they see green, they can wake up DP me every single time, right? So now I want to do something like, whoops, let's see. Oh, that actually hits him? That's crazy. Yeah, I'm too close in that situation. So what I can do is just something like that, you know, try to bait out them. They think they see green or something, or, you know, just walk up and block in that situation. You know, they can react to the green, but they don't have a lot of time to react to the green. I'm trying to think if there's, oh, I can with that, but I was way too minus. Yeah, so this isn't going to work in that situation. But a lot of different situations like this one right here, I can probably, I'm only +24, so I don't think I have enough time. Nope, it's -6. So this is 16 frames total, 16 frames, 19 frames. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. If I do this and whiff, I'm I'm -6, so an ODDB can beat me every time in that situation. So, like I said, one of the problems is that Manon is just, like, she has some really bad Oki, honestly. She's not the greatest character when it comes to Oki. That was the one thing that I figured out when I was labbing her. I was like, Jesus, why is Oliver Oki so awkward? Because a lot of characters can also do some really crazy things with Manon without having to drive rush. But the wildest thing about Manon is like, so that's 4, 5, 6, 7. So at best I can be +7 on hit. Like at best is 8, but like on block, like she almost never gets like even if you drive rush, like what, it's +3. Like she's just really weird. What is a character with Oki? I mean, Kimberly's a good character with Oki. Elena is a good character with Oki. She gets some Oki, man. This character gets Oki right here. Elena, Kimberly have really good Oki. like for example here, for example, if I'm in the corner here, whoops. If I do something like this, actually, let me just do this. Like this, I'm plus 30 here, right? If I do this, like, whoops. Like, I'm plus 6 still on drive rush jab. And so, like, if you actually try to DP, I can block that. So you can't just react to that. But I can also whiff light punch like this. And that sets me up for a perfect 5-frame throw. Which means if you backdash on this situation, you can't punish me because it's a perfect 5-frame throw. So in other words, if I set you to backdash over here like this, and you backdash, oh, I have to whiff a throw, that's right. I'm only -2. You can't punish me, right? That's what a perfect 5-frame meaty throw does, right? I can do this with this button. That sets me up for a meaty. Because I'm plus 30 frames, I can also do drive rush into slide, which makes it hit on the last frame, makes me plus 10. I can also do this, which makes it hit on the last active frame. I can also do run stop, and I'm safe. I can do this. Dude, she gets like everything off of that. Plus 30 for Kimberly is like stupidly powerful, right? Like in the corner, I can even do dash and do a meaty crouching heavy punch like this, right? So, and even if you block it, if I time it right, I'm plus 3. So if you think you can mash here, I'm just gonna hit you and like do more combos to you. Like, dude, she gets oaky. This is why people hate this character, is because when she knocks you down, she has like 7,000 things that she can do. This is a character with good oaky here. Yeah, I mean, if I showed you like, literally, I've never done this for fighting games before. I almost never do this for fighting games. But this is one of the first times I've done something like this. Like, if you actually look here, this is my Kimberly document. I have all my frame kills mapped out here. I have all my frame kills for optimal can combos. And then I have all my Oki here. Here's my plus 30 Oki. Here's my plus 26 Oki. Here's my plus 47 Oki. My plus 49 Oki. My plus 17 Oki, plus 37, plus 38, plus... These are all real scenarios that you end up in. Plus 52, plus 39, and like I have this whole thing of being plus 23, 24, and 25. Like this is... I've never had to do this before. But because Street Fighter 6 is so much of a mind game, I feel like I have to. Dude, when I showed somebody my avatar spreadsheet this last weekend, she was like, that's really neat. And I was like, it's because I'm a nerd. That's a good command, Richard. I like that command. There's a comic where in Calvin and Hobbes, where Hobbes yawns and Calvin sticks his head in there like a lion tamer kind of thing, and then just goes, ta-da, walks away, and Hobbes just goes, sheesh. I never really, like, that comic never registered until I've had a cat, and every time the cat yawns, I try to stick my finger in his mouth. I don't know why I do it, but I'm sure Bill Watterson does the same thing because he wrote that comic. Oh, man. Yeah, Cammy because of drill, but her Oki is so simple because you hit with heavy drill and then dash, and like it just autopilots for you. It's crazy. Although there is some secret Oki that I don't see any Cammies use, and I'm trying to make a video about it because it got even better. Not on this last patch, but on the previous patch. My little Oki for Cammy got even stronger. So I'm trying to make a video out for that. I just haven't had a chance to sit down and record it yet. So yeah, so that's basically a fun fact. I rage uninstalled Street Fighter 6 years ago because I lost to a Geef player who would drive rush after every SPD. Yes! Drive rush Zangief after SPD is hella scary. It's a very scary. Anyways, it's 11:30. Let's talk about the FGC's big problem, because this is the reason why I've been willing to go on this tangent is because honestly, it's not really that long of a topic, and it's actually not. Anyways, let's just actually do this here. Let's talk about this here. Let's talk. Okay, hey guys, welcome to the Chenzor Dynasty. Today I am going to talk about something that is concerning me very, very much, and that is after attending CEO 2026, I think every single one of us here in the fighting game community has a really big problem now, okay? And I think that this is a problem that I honestly am not sure how to solve. And that problem is there are so many goddamn fighting games that are good to play right now. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I just don't know what to do. Like, I want to play Avatar. I want to play Tokan. I want to play Street Fighter 6. I want to play Vampire Savior. I said I was going to learn some Virtua Fighter. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to play all these fighting games. I really don't. I really have no idea. This is such a problem because what we saw at CEO was Avatar just being like the greatest game, and Tokan just like, people were mad at Tokan because the game didn't have enough mix. And now after CEO, everyone's mad because a character like Spider-Man has too much mix, right? Green Goblin has too much mix. Dude, like, all these games are really freaking good. They're so good right now. I don't know what to do. This is a terrible problem, right? So this segment is actually half a, dude, CEO 2026 was awesome, okay? Honestly, like, probably one of my favorite tournaments of the year now. And you know, if you are looking for a replacement for Evo, if you are, you know, against a lot of the things that Evo is doing, or you're just like, hey, it's too expensive now or whatever, CEO 2026 is a great option. Combo Breaker, obviously been a great option for a very long time. CEO had the dark ages, aka the Daytona years. But given last year and this year, it's just been amazing. CEO, the venue, the Rosenshingle Creek is amazing. I didn't even get to stay there this time. I had to get put into an overflow hotel, so I didn't get to experience all the wonders of the Rosenshingle Creek this year, which made me sad. But it is a fantastic venue. Jabali Land is really awesome. It's basically open 24 hours a day. Really just well-run tournament. At one point in time, Jabali tweeted out a network ID for Wi-Fi with the password and was like, "You're welcome," and gave everybody free Wi-Fi for the weekend. I don't even want to know how much that cost Jabali to do, to open that lineup from the hotel to serve that, dude. Jabali Land is, you know, in Disneyland font. It's the 24-hour arcade, basically. It's just really what it is. And so, like, honestly, like, CEO was amazing, and all CEO did was just deepen my own panic and fear, because I'm just like, there are too many goddamn fighting games to play. Now, you know, stepping away from the CEO talk over here, though, this is actually a legit problem, right? Like, this is actually like a problem, because having so many fighting games really kind of spreads us a little thin and such. And, you know, playing multiple fighting games is expensive as fuck. Although Avatar is $30, just saying right now. But it is a very expensive hobby to have, and it's very difficult. And, you know, if you're not Goichi or Sonic Fox or Xiaohai, and you can learn every fighting game all at the same time, it is a difficult thing to do. And, I can't give anybody advice on how to handle this because it's going to just depend on the person. Because, my situation, I'm like, oh, it's so hard, whatever. But, I have to learn all this stuff because I want to commentate all these games, et cetera, et cetera. But other people, they have families. They don't have time to play 5 fighting games, or they don't have the budget to play all these games. Like, there's all sorts of things that are going around. But one of the reasons why I want to bring this up is because what I'm hoping people don't fall into is the trap that because you don't have time to play every fighting game, you try to find an excuse to hate a game so you don't have to play it. Because this is happening constantly in our scene, right? The reason why a lot of people will hate on City of the Wolves, oh my God, it's PlayStation 1 graphics. Like, have you played a PlayStation 1 game? No PlayStation 1 looked as good as City of the Wolves. What the hell is wrong with you, right? But like, people will say it because they need to have a reason to hate the game so they don't have to try it, right? Like, that's why so many of the haters out there hate fighting games and have never played it. Because they're just trying to find a reason to not play the game. And it's really frustrating that way, right? You hear all sorts of things. Oh my God, I don't like this game because I don't like the graphics. I don't like this game because, Green Goblin looks too stupid. I don't like this game because, I don't like Avatar because the execution is way too hard. I don't want to learn this game. I don't like Street Fighter 6 because Drive Rush sucks, right? Like, everyone comes up with like this reason to instantly like dislike a game and just not play it, right? And a lot of top players, when they get salty, I talked about this in a previous episode, they get salty, they say things that they don't necessarily mean, but then everybody parrots it, right? Everyone says the exact, oh, you know what? This game sucks because of throw loops. And someone's like, what are you talking about? Like, when you watch high level play, is throw loops winning every match? But then they're like, but Punk said it. And then like, that's all you need to say, right? Because you just need a reason not to play that game. Now, all you have to do, honestly, is assess yourself, right? I like all these games. Like, oh, Avatar looks cool. Tokon looks cool. Street Fighter I still enjoy. City of the Wolves I love. How do I pick the game? James, how do I pick the game? You know what? Find the game that you just think looks the most fun and just go for that game. And if it turns out you don't like it, try one of the other ones. But if you realistically can't learn more than one fighting game at a time, then just pick one and use whatever reason you have. But don't base it off of, oh, I don't want to play this game because this thing is bad. This thing sucks. Because then eventually you start to believe it. That's the problem right there. Is that eventually you start to believe it. And when someone starts shit-talking the game that you chose to play, because you had to make this difficult decision, I'm going to play this game and skip these games, and someone says, the game you chose sucks, you made a stupid decision, you double down on the reasons why you hate the other games, right? Street Fighter 6 is stupid, throw loops suck, and you've spent all your time trying to learn this game, you're like, well, you play City of the Wolves, that game looks like a PlayStation 1 game. Well, I don't want to play that game, right? No, just like, learn to pick a game. And if someone talks shit about your game, just be like, this is the one I chose to learn right now. I'm having fun with it. I like it. Like, that's it, right? It doesn't have to be because you hate anything else. Just actually try to play a game that you feel like you would enjoy. Yeah, we've definitely talked about that a little bit earlier, Archer Carter, about the whole thing about people need to be right. They need to be right. Right, yeah, people look for very visible ways to proudly and spitefully say they aren't doing a thing, says Making Merry, and that's exactly correct, right? They have to, because like, the problem with it is and this is another thing, because this is on everybody else too. If somebody tells you, I don't know, the game didn't gel with me, or I don't know, I'm just not interested, or I tried it and I didn't really care. let it go. If you're on the other side and you're pro that game, let it go. It's okay that people are not playing your game. I know everybody wants to have the Street Fighter 6 player base, but you're not going to do it by telling people they're stupid for not playing your game. Okay? It's just not going to work. So if someone says, hey, you should play 2XKO, this game is awesome. And the guy's like, I don't know. I don't know. The characters don't appeal to me. Just be like, okay, that's fair. Because that's the end of the conversation. That's literally the end of the conversation. You don't have to convince the guy to think the characters are cool. And it's not wrong to not play a game because that person just doesn't think the characters are cool. It's fine. It's fine. Everything is basically fine, right? So, like, we have to be careful on our side, too, as well. It's okay to just say, like, you don't have to come up with a reason to not want to play a game. And if somebody tries to force you into it, just say, I'm sorry, I chose to play this game. That's what I'm doing. The game sucks, you're stupid. I'm having fun, whatever. Bye, and end the conversation, right? Like, why are you talking to this person anymore, right? If you're like, hey, I'm playing this game, and someone's like, dude, you should play this other game, and you don't have any interest in that game, just say, I just don't really, that game, I don't know, it just doesn't look fun to me. I like something about it, I don't know, it doesn't appeal to me. And that's the only reason you need to give. That's the only reason you need to give. It doesn't have to be the graphics suck, I heard this mechanic's broken, I don't want to learn game is stupid, execution is just Beat Mania, I just have to memorize buttons. You know, like, none of that stuff, like, you don't have to have a reason to not play a fighting game. Your reason can totally just be, this game looked more interesting, so I chose to play this game. I don't have enough time to afford to try a bunch of games. I don't have the money. You know, just be like, look, I don't have time to play a lot of these games. I chose this one because all my friends are playing it. Done. That's it. Right? If there's 5 games that you want to play and you don't have time to play all of them, don't have to come up with a reason not to play the other games. Come up with a reason to play the one game that you do choose to play. Come up with a reason to play that. Don't come up with a reason not to play the other games. Come up with a reason to play the game that you chose to play. And that's all you need to do. And it sucks because sometimes, you know, you're sitting there and you're like, God, Tokon looks fun and I really want to learn that. And you have every right to just be like, all right, I'm going to drop Street Fighter 6 and learn Tokon now because this just looks more fun. And you could try it and maybe it doesn't work. Go back to Street Fighter 6, right? Like, it's nothing about this is like, you're not picking sides. You're not trying to, like, you know, prove anything. You know, you're trying to have fun with a video game. So just try your best to have fun with a video game. And so, yeah, is it a problem that we have so many fighting games to play right now? Yeah, it actually kind of is. Because I really honestly don't know what to do. Like, I haven't been able to play any Vampire Savior at all because I'm labbing Avatar and Tokon a lot. But that's also because I want to commentate those games. So it's just like, it is just like, my mind is exploding right now. I don't know what to play at any point in time because I just don't know what to do. But, you know, it is hard. It is hard, but it doesn't have to be any crazier decision than just, this game looks cool. I just want to play this one, right? Hey, my friends are playing it, so I want to play this one. Or, you know what? I really love Avatar. I'm going to play Avatar. That's it, right? Like, and don't let anybody try to tell you that you're making a mistake playing any fighting game. Because as negative as people are about something like Street Fighter 6, there's a whole gob of people out there that really enjoy this game, right? As negative as people can be about, like, 2XKO, there's a gob of people out there who are still enjoying the game. Find the people that are enjoying the game that you're playing and talk with them and hang out and have fun. Don't interact with these people who are trying to guilt you into playing another fighting game. And again, if you are trying to get other people to play your fighting game, don't guilt people into playing fighting. Don't try to insult people into playing your fighting game, because it never works. And you're just making the situation worse, because you're just reinforcing their negative view of the game that you're trying to promote. If you want someone to play your game, talk about why. Why is the game so good? And see, if we don't talk about, see, I'm doing it again, I'm sorry. But if we don't talk about the heart, mind, body thing, like, you can't talk about why you enjoy the game. I play this game, it's really fun because it's very heart-based and it allows me to make crazy decisions whenever I want to. I don't have to worry about frame data. That's why I love it. Other person, I like frame data. Sorry, so that doesn't appeal to me. We have to talk about fighting games intelligently so that we can promote games properly and also properly say why maybe a game doesn't appeal to us. I'm not an execution junkie. I don't want to learn these combos in Avatar. It's just, I can't, and I'm the kind of competitive player that I have to learn the best things. So even if I play Avatar and use simpler combos that do slightly less damage, I will be bothered by it, right? But now you're talking about fighting games in an intelligent way. You're talking about it because you're not a body player. You can talk about it intelligently that way. But basically, play the game that you want to play because you like it. And if it turns out you don't like it, try another one. But just come up with a good reason to play the game. Don't try to find a reason not to play the other games. Bro, I don't even consider Tekken because my boy pressed me the wrong way to play it with him. Right? I talk about this not because I think I'm above it. I talk about this because it happened to me. People think I hate Third Strike because I had someone praise Third Strike so much and shit on every other fighting game that existed that it funneled me down this path of hating Third Strike when I never actually hated Third Strike. But I got to a point where I hated the game because this guy kept talking shit about everything else. I talk about this and I tell people not to do this because I went through it myself. I know what it's like to get affected that way. And I'm older and more mature now. And I'm one of the only people this old in the FGC. So I'm one of the only people who can tell you, don't do that. Don't do that. Why didn't DNF Duel catch on? Because the devs did not talk about it. Swiftmaster was busted. No patches were coming out. No season pass was talked about. It felt like there was no support. And so a lot of people were like, I don't think it's worth putting my time into this game because I don't think the devs are going to support it. I'm done. That's why DNF Duel died. That is why DNF Duel died. Right. See, Making Mary says, I got into the FGC with Strive and my locals were Exerd people frequently hating on Strive. I still love them all, but it hurt a bit. It does. Because you chose to play a fighting game. And again, the beautiful thing about fighting games is when you learn a fighting game, you put a lot of your soul into the fighting game. You have to. You don't have any other choice but to put a lot of your soul into this fighting game. And so when other people are shitting on your game, your natural reaction is to lash back and shit on their game. And even if you don't, it hurts. It feels bad, right? And so like, why do we spend all this time shitting on each other's game? Like, it's crazy. It's crazy, right? So my issue is that I choose the reason to not play any of them because I can't get good at playing neutral. Guess what, Izaku? There are definitely some games where you don't have to learn neutral as much. But also, another thing, Izaku, is that if you see me streaming another time and you happen to catch my stream, I see that you've obviously subscribed, so you're supporting me here. If you see me on another stream and you jump in here, talk to me. Talk to me and I'll help you with neutral, okay? I can help you with neutral because Neutral requires a very specific mindset, but the problem with it is that neutral is different in every game. Don't let anybody make you believe that neutral is the same across games, but we'll get to the bottom of this. We'll figure out which games you play, we'll figure out what you enjoy, and we'll figure out how to get you to be better at neutral, honestly. That's just how it works. And again, it's different for everybody, and that's the hardest thing about fighting games, is that it's really hard to learn because everybody learns differently and every fighting game is different. But we tell everybody that every fighting game is the same, so when they can't get good at it, they feel bad about that. But instead, we should be figuring out what it is about the way that you like to play games that this game does not provide you. And then we try to find a way to make that game, to get your mindset to think the way that game needs to be played and apply your mindset to the game, right? That's what we have to do. That's how you teach people how to play fighting games. And that's what we got to do. So, but for sure, this is a big problem. I will say this in a, like, not in kind of a jokey way, but every time the FGC hits one of these booms, and there are a lot of fighting games to play, there's always this knockback. We always kind of hit this thing, and we, like, it's ups and downs. We get a lot of ups and downs in the FGC because of the fact when there's so many games, it does splinter people a lot, and it does divide people's attentions, you know, and it can be hard. It can be hard to deal with that kind of a situation. But again, we can exist with this many fighting games that are good. Because it's not even just these games, right? There's a lot of indie games that are coming. I mean, I helped commentate Scramble Heart City, which is a great indie game coming out. There was the toy one. Oh God, what was that one that looks all like action figures and stuff? Oh God, it's like on the tip of my tongue. I feel like one of the words in there begins with the letter P. I feel like, oh, Knockoff? Okay, I'm totally wrong. Knockoff looks really, really great. There's a lot of really good fighting games out there, and it's hard. And a lot of times the game that you pick might not be one with a lot of people playing. But again, that's also okay. That's also okay, because that often means that you have the most dedicated scene, and you might find some really cool people playing the same game that you're playing, honestly. So, at a jammed door at Chuck Norris's place? What? The only big problem I've seen is how my local scene basically shits on a game instantly when there's a casual accessibility to the game, which should not exist anyway. The shit talking shouldn't exist. Yeah. No, it happens. They all do that. It is frustrating, and again, that's kind of why I'm talking about this message, is because I want people to stop shit talking these other games, because it's hurting people. And when people are like, oh God, it's stupid when there's a casual friendly mechanic, just tell them, man, we're not in the same period of time that we were before. I say this all the time. When we were learning fighting games back in the day, there wasn't a lot of things to take our time. But nowadays, a human being can spend an hour on Netflix and not watch a damn thing. They're just scrolling through all the different categories for no reason whatsoever. They're just scrolling and watching previews for like an hour, okay? There's these gacha games that make you try to finish stuff for absolutely no reason whatsoever. You get stuck on Facebook and you scroll and you're like, wow, maybe I really could use some new luggage. And you're down this rabbit hole of looking at luggage, which previous to that minute, you had not thought about getting new luggage at all, right? There is too much shit trying to take your attention away from everything that you are trying to do. So if you make a fighting game that doesn't have some sort of casual onboarding on here, you're not getting a lot of people playing your game, okay? At least that's the belief right now. A game like Avatar can actually blow that out of the water if it succeeds right now and is a hard game and doesn't have ways to ease people in. But it still has auto combos, right? It still has auto combos. There is too many things trying to take your attention in this day and age. We can read Facebook or Twitter for like 3 hours and we didn't even know the time passed, right? You can't make fighting games like you used to. You can't anymore. You can't say King of Fighters' appeal is that you get to play 3 characters because it costs $80, $60, $20 for the DLC. Whereas in the arcade, I put in 25 cents and I got to play 3 characters. That was cool. Yeah, that's an appeal because it cost 25 cents. So it didn't matter that you didn't know what you were doing with any of the characters. And if some asshole comes along and challenges you and whoops your ass, you lost 25 cents and you walk away. But right now, you buy KOF for $60 and you pay $20 for the DLC, and then you go online and everyone kicks your ass? That feels shitty. Because you just spent $80 to get your ass kicked online. And you're like, fuck, I spent all this money, I gotta keep playing. And you're telling people to not try to onboard players. Dude, it's too hard these days. It's too hard these days. And so if you're gonna try to tell people that a fighting game is bad because there's casual friendly mechanics in it, they're just not willing to understand the environment that we're in anymore. They're living in the past. Be most likely to be stuck in this nostalgic past. But I have done a lot of soul searching and thinking and understanding where we are and trying my best. Trying my best not to believe that everything I experienced was the right way to do things and that it was better than it was before. Because, I mean, it was better before than it is now. Because the world is just not the same place anymore. We have microphones that cats can mute just because they rub on it because they wanted to make it as easy to mute as possible. This is the world that we live in. Oh, man. Okay. Should we tolerate shit talk against a developer or publisher which is abusing its customers? Example, I mean, look, if they make a legit bad product, yeah, fuck them, right? Like, if they're doing actual legit stupid shit, yeah, talk shit to them. But if they're just making a fighting game that doesn't play the way that you want to play it, that you think that they should have a patch that has a bunch of system mechanics change, when a whole entire different part of the world thinks that the game is great and doesn't need it, right? Like, then don't talk shit to the developer, right? Like, it's just, yeah. Yeah, don't gatekeep new players. Don't gatekeep new players, honestly. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to elevate the way we talk about fighting games. This is like my life goal now, is to get us so we talk about fighting games more intelligently, because I think we can fix ourselves and the way we talk about them, and we can enjoy fighting games a lot more. Because fighting games, you know what? You know what the truth is? Fighting games are fucking fun. And we are sucking the fun out of it by talking shit about other games and trying to get everybody to feel bad about playing the game that they play. You know what? Fighting games are fucking fun. Let's have fun, please. Let's try to make it so that our games are fun. And you know what? Not every fighting game is gonna be made the way that you think fun is supposed to be fun, okay? A lot of people have different fun. There are people who have fun jumping across like 20-story buildings, you know, from one to the other, parkouring back and forth. They think that's fun. I don't think that's fun, right? But I also like sitting in training mode and doing combos for 10 hours. A lot of people aren't gonna think that's fun, right? Everybody enjoys stuff differently. And so let's appreciate the fact that all these fighting games, we have this option to play so many fighting games, to enjoy so many fighting games, and that fighting games can be fun for different people in different ways. This is all good stuff. This is all good stuff. And while it's brutal for those of us who are, you know, I'll say it, smart enough to be willing to play everything, and that's a big problem in the fighting game community right now, that's a damn good problem to have, and I'll take that problem over not having any fighting games to play any day of the week. Make it hard for me to pick, because that means that's how many good fighting games are that are out there for so many different people to play and appeal to, okay? I want to have this problem because it's a good problem to have. Mic drop. Mic fucking drop. All right. All right, Nathan, you deserve some food. All right, I'm going to go ahead and call it a night now. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for hanging out. And don't go anywhere, because after I play the ending, I'm going to try to raid somebody. But, you know, for those of you watching over here and enjoying this conversation, and really appreciating the point of view that I present about fighting games to everybody, I appreciate it, and I'm glad you guys are tuning in here, and I know you hear it the first time, you're like, this is amazing, I'll tune in every week. And that is because the day that this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. But for me,
it was Tuesday.
All right, let me see who I can raid over here. Hi, Nathan. Oh my God, you're so cute. Why are you so cute, Nathan? It's so dumb how cute you are. Oh my God, Nathan. Oh my God, Nathan, you're so cute. Here, you know I'm gonna raid somebody, but God, this cat is so cute. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Who's streaming Tokon right now? Let's see. Who's streaming Tokon right now? Actually, is there anybody streaming Avatar right now? Let's give Avatar some love here, shall we? Q is streaming it. All right, I'm gonna raid you guys over to Q. So have a good one. Enjoy some Avatar action, and check out what everybody's all been raving about. All right, guys, I'll talk to you later. As soon as I can figure out where I can raid people from. There we go. All right. I'll see you guys later. Peace out, guys. Take care. Mwah.
Boy, that was such a good option.
Oh, what a good cat. What a good cat.